All right, everybody. How you guys doing? Good morning. We're live. Got the coffee going. You guys got the coffee? Can you guys hear me? See the screen okay? The correct screen? Make sure I've got that right. We're already missing some alerts, so I just kind of want to jump into it, make sure we don't miss anything. ES has alerted us recently at 8:15. Well, let's see what the recent alerts are. Got quite a lot of them here. Oh, those are alerts. Okay. You can see we've got pretty much all of them. Let's just look. So ES got an alert. We're not going to do anything here because we're in congestion. Okay. NQ, a little bit of a flush down here earlier. We got in. Well, I took a small position on my live account before I started the stream, just down here at the true average. So targeting up in here around 714. It's kind of a scalp. Not really a scalp. I'm going for like 50 points. So we'll see how that goes. But that's not for the stream. Let's go ahead and look at the Dow. So the Nasdaq, in terms of our reversals and all that, I'm not doing anything in here because it's choppy. Looking at the Dow, choppy. Russell, let's go ahead and make sure we have our, yeah, can you guys hear me? Can I get a mic check? Make sure I'm not talking to myself. A mic check and a video check, a screen check. Hey, no worries, Christian. Okay, cool. You can hear me, right? And see the screen? Is the volume coming across okay? All right, guys, let me know if the volume's coming across. I always want to make sure before I go on a rant or an analysis rant. Volume pretty good. Okay. And your speakers are up loud? Because I mean, I've got the mic literally like on full blast right here. Yeah, definitely. Volume Pro Edge is way better than any other volume, that's for sure. Huh. All right, good. Well, at least you can hear me and you can see the right screen. So that's what I want. That's awesome. Glad to have you here, Christian. Yeah, I understand you got to get your kid ready. Go for it. All right, so the Russell, I'm not doing anything yet. Gold's kind of been ranging overnight. As we suggested, there should be a lot of support in here in the end of day analysis for all the reasons we talked about. So far, that's holding. Nice little pocket here in congestion. I wouldn't be surprised to see this push back up here. So for those of you trading gold, nice little range here. A lot of support. Probably wants to push back up. Let's just look at silver. Silver kind of trending down here. Nothing I see there. Copper, choppy. Platinum, a little bit of a reversal here on platinum. Just not much range expansion today, but if we take, off these lows yesterday, that's not too bad. I could consider a short on platinum, you guys. So not a bad little reversal pattern. It's not, perfect, but it's not bad. So I would be interested maybe in around 1085, 1086 if we got a push up there. So let's keep an eye on platinum together, okay? I know it's overall quite bullish, but I think, this week you're going to range a lot on platinum because of that big push you had, 2 weeks ago. Need some consolidation here. So let's just keep an eye on it. Go ahead and bring that up on the DOM. There it is. Boom. All right, cool. So platinum, we'll see if we get maybe a signal up here to short around 1085-ish. Let's look at the ultra bonds. Wow, impressive move to the top side. I thought we would open and dump. That didn't happen, but this is fantastic, guys. We want this. If this goes up to here today, 117, basically 117 right there on the weekly. If we head right up there to all those DMLs, dynamic market levels, right? You could call these like DMRs, dynamic market resistances, because they're above you. DMS, if they're below you, dynamic market support. Is dynamic because it adjusts based on the math, the volume, all that stuff. So if we went up here, you can see that that daily extension is also right there, reinforcing that level. If we got a good reversal signal up there, I would love that. That would be fantastic. So please, those of you who are paying attention, remind me of that if I forget. Let's look at, 30-year will be the same. Crude, kind of congesting, not interested yet. Heating oil, congestion, gasoline. So look, our gasoline reversal there yesterday wasn't, when I say it wasn't bad, I'm being modest. It was a pretty good call, although it had to, I wouldn't have held it because you got to hold into Asia and London, but still a nice trade, right? It works when you pick them off in the right spot. Nat gas, choppy so far. Corn, wheat closed, but wheat had a really good end of day call. We'll see where it ends up. I didn't take it because I was busy with the kid, but I pointed out to you guys in the end of day analysis. I said, hey, my top 2 picks, if you want to just, if you're busy and you can't do anything else and you want to put something on and just forget about it, wheat has a lot of support here. 534 is what I said. You got a nice pocket here. You got a pocket here on the weekly. You got a lot of support on the weekly coming across right here on the daily. So I was watching it at the open, and then I didn't see what I liked, and my kid was getting at me. I was like, I'll just let wheat go. But for those of you who want to focus on those kind of trades, that was the one I mentioned out of all 30 futures markets, and the euro, the wheat and the euro. I was like, okay, you could buy that. The euro, I don't know what it's doing right now, but I think support is still holding on the euro. Oh yeah, guys. So wheat here, that was the end of day call for those of you who wanted to. And then the euro, that pocket right there was the end of day call. I said, if you want to just buy the euro and walk away, that's really not a bad place to do it, right in here. Same with wheat, right in here. So, doing what I can to keep you guys in good shape. All right, so the grains and the meat's not open yet. So now we'll just wait for our alerts. We're kind of all caught up. We just got an alert on the Russell, which we know we're not really doing much with, right? So we'll leave that there for now. And yeah, that's pretty much the lay of the land. We're going to have a great day following our process. It's always a good day when you follow the process, that's for sure. Do you guys have any questions or anything like that? Anybody take wheat? I think a few people, Jose, you took the euro, right? You're probably still in, which is great. See, some of those end of day calls I make, I am going to start taking them, but now that I'm streaming, 6 hours a day and I'm really focused on holding and adding to these trades, I just, in terms of putting on those end of day trades, I feel like it's not really worth the capital for me right now, because if it starts to trend without me, I have no ability to pyramid it while I'm sleeping, right? And I'm really interested in pyramiding. So I'm kind of pointing out those end of day trades for you, those swing trades for you guys, for those of you who want to take them. And so far, they're working really well. Morning, Zest. Nice to see you. Are you in any trades? We had a good call on wheat and euro overnight. I didn't take them because I'm not into the overnight trades at the moment. Got too much on my plate with the new baby. Got to still get this massage going. Long euro, nice. Yeah, that was one of my top picks for the VolPro Edgers. There's the euro. So yeah, that was the long wheat and long euro were our overnight picks that I pointed out. I didn't take them, but some people did, and that's great. Those were the top 2. So that's cool that you're long the euro. I think that's a good trade. I think the euro could rip today. Definitely. Yeah, gold looks pretty well supported. I see a lot of support there with VolPro Edge, but we'll see. You kind of, today with gold, for me, you're wrestling between these DMLs on the daily as resistance and then these as support on the weekly. So you kind of got some cross currents, but I would expect the weekly to win the battle and drive it up through the daily, but we'll see. If we reclaim these weeklies, we could be headed back down here, but that's too early for me to tell. What's up, AJ? Up nice and early, my friend. Let's see, what time is it? It must be 5:44 a.m. in California. Is that right, AJ? Is my math correct? I'm just joking. I'm pretty sure it's 5:44. All right, nice. Early bird gets the worm, my friend. Oh yeah. You know what? It's all about going to bed early, right? Like I wake up at like 5, you know, sometimes 5:30. But if you fall asleep by like 9, like out like a light by 9 latest, it's really not that bad. It's like 9 to 5. You know, that's a good solid 8 hours, 9 to 5:30. It's just staying up late and getting up early just kills you, right? That's why I'm going to bed with I read to my youngest daughter, and then I kind of just fall asleep. Not my youngest daughter. I got a new daughter that's 2 weeks old. My middle daughter, Lily, I read to her, and then she's out, and I'll listen to like a podcast, and like 5 minutes later, I'm just gone. So that's nice. Yeah, so we got the lay of the land. Any of you guys take wheat or euro last night? Those were the two picks. Looking really good. Hope you did. Jacob, you here? We got some news coming out today. We got ISM services at 10. That'll be good. We got S&P Global Services at 9:45, but probably it'll wait till ISM is what I'm guessing. The euro was nice. It was nice. It was really nice. I'm calling them out for you guys, but like I said before you jumped on the stream, I'll take those trades sometimes, but I'm just pointing those out for those of you who, you know, are busy and you kind of just can't spend too much time in front of the screen and you want good picks. There you go. I'm saving my firepower for the day trading when I'm trying to hold and add, because I want to be able to max out these positions on Tradeify. So, and I don't feel like I can't pyramid a trade overnight. It's kind of what I'm working on. Yeah, but you're also young too, Adam. I mean, it's kind of I think a lot of us when we're younger, we stay up a lot later, right? And as you get older and you have a wife, kids, you settle into the family life, and then you just, man, when you have those late nights and then you got to wake up early the next day and do it all over again, at some point you just go, you know, I'm not doing this anymore without any energy. You want to get, you want to be rested. So we got heating oil. I could see a move down on the energies today. Maybe back down here. See if we can, you know, get a good trend setup. I think we'll get some setups today. Key is to maximize them. ES and NQ just kind of ranging around. What's up, Gluey? Good morning, mate. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I just before I jumped on stream on Nasdaq, sometimes this will happen. Like I was firing up the charts and I just saw Nasdaq do this. So I saw this flush, right? I got lucky because I just saw this flushing and I saw this and I was like, right when I saw it, we we're literally like right at the daily true average and that daily core DML coming across right here. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to buy that. So I just bought some on my live. I'm not being greedy. I'm just going for about 50 points up here to 714. We've gotten to about 710 a couple times. So I'm long from 21,666. That's not a good sign. 0.88. Only 4 contracts. So, you know, not taking a lot of risk. And if it goes back to that level, probably don't want to be in it. So let's see if I can get a little pump up here to 714. Yeah, that would be nice. Be a nice little 4K banger to start the day. So anyways, that's neither here nor there. Let's see what that does. Come on, 7. Well, now if it's getting close, 714. 10 more points, baby. 10 more points. 10 more points. Sorry, guys. I'm being selfish. I'm actually just watching one of my trades for once. Come on. Only need 9. This is always the hardest part. You're like, okay, I'm up $3,050. Now 150. Now 250. I'm like, that's not bad. 3,200. I'm like, no, my target is 14. I need to make this 4K, but it could reverse from here and then bang. But I'm just, you know, it's all about discipline. You got to let the sucker go. Anyways, looking at open P&L is not fun. So we're waiting for alerts, guys, while I'm yapping. So we're not really missing anything. There's Crude. And Q's trying to get shot down again. And if it comes back to, you know, break even, then that's okay too. That happens. Let's see here. I got to go like this. I'm just looking for something here. There we go. All right. So let's see there. You guys got any questions while we're waiting? Anybody take the euro long or the wheat long? Those were working out well. If I was in those, I'd be at break even right now. I'm not in them, but for those of you who are, I mean, do what you want. I love when you guys just use the information and manage the trades yourself. You know, that's what you got to do. We are choppy doppy. All right. So ES chopping around. I'm still, you know, my bias is bullish, as you know. The question is how far. Well, number one, I could be wrong, of course, obviously, but also the question is how far would we pull back? Well, on the ES, you can see here, first line of defense for support is the true average right here. And then if that breaks, I mean, you got a ton of support right down in here, all stacked, and the crossover and those DMLs from yesterday. So you got a lot in here. 59.50 if we head down there. Hoping we don't do that now when I'm long the Nasdaq, but anything's possible. So Nasdaq, kind of the same situation here. We'll see what it wants to do. Dow's also ranging. They're probably ranging, waiting for, you know, number one, the open, and then we got the ISM at who's sleeping tight? Gluey. All right. Got chewed today in a couple of trades. About to go to bed. Okay, thanks for saying hi, Gluey. Well, Gluey, did you follow your plan, or was it kind of like hope and pray trading? As long as you followed your plan, no worries. And now if you don't have a plan, that's a problem. I gave you one. If you followed the plan, then don't worry about it. You know, you took your trades, you go on to the next. But if you didn't follow the plan, then, you know, make notes of it and learn from it. Because following the plan is what's going to get you, you know, following the plan gets you to the promised land. You know what I'm saying? It's like an Eminem rap there. Okay, well, there you go, bro. That's no worries. That happens, man. So that's good. As long as you're following the plan, and you got to think about it, you know, just review. Don't even think about results. Like I would literally review like 30 days, like follow the plan for 30 days and then look and be like, okay, based on my notes and my journaling from these 30 days, how did I do? Did I make mistakes? What can I work on? You know, all that kind of stuff. Here he is, Slim Shady, baby. So, yeah, you do want to iterate, right? Which is, you know, make small changes to future versions of your plan, but you only want to iterate after you follow the plan for like 30 days at least and get a good, you know, sample size And then after you follow the plan, you review carefully all your notes and screenshots, and then you kind of get a sense of what you want to change. Then you carefully iterate. You make changes, and then you do 30 days again, and you do the same thing, and you gently tweak as you're moving to where you want to be. So the average retail trader, and we all did this when we started, those of us who finally got successful figured it out that that's not going to lead to success. So we started to treat trading, like a real endeavor. And most people just don't do that for whatever reason. It's really weird. And we're all guilty of it in the beginning. We all think we're just going to start trading and be super successful right off the bat. It's not logical at all. I suppose it's like the hope of the brain. It just wants to give us a pretty picture to think about or something. I'm not sure. But it's interesting. When the 15-minute bar comes to the congestion low, can we take the trade? I mean, it's really just up to you, Gluey. I would just, if you want to take it, take it. You're paper trading it, right? So just take it, and whatever you do, what's up, Todd? Just do the same thing every time. Just try to be consistent in your approach. So if that's what you want to do, yeah, because oftentimes in a strong trend, it will just come down there and it won't close there. And then, I know it'll come and it'll go, and then you don't get in. So if you want to just mark out your congestion low support level there and just have an order to buy with a stop, a little bit below, I wouldn't make the stop too tight. But yeah, do that. And then just, track it. No worries, brother. Get some sleep. It's probably late there in Oz. What time is it there in Oz right now? On the West Coast. Don't worry, I'll spare you my horrible Australian accent. I was about to do it, and I'm like, no, I can't do that to Gluey. We can't have an American trying to do an Australian accent. It'd be terrible. So Todd, man, welcome. Good to have you guys here. Nasdaq's toying with my emotions, playing with my heartstrings. So nearly 11. Oh yeah, good time for bed, mate. Get to bed. I'll see you, bro. Ha, right. This is pretty much all I can say is right. Yeah. That's all my good Aussie friends, because I've known a lot of Aussies over the year. They're just great people, and yeah, they just, when I'm like telling a story, they're like, yeah, right, right, yeah, right. It's really funny. Yeah, I did, because the true average was there too, but that was before the stream started. I wasn't planning on doing that because I am literally not. I'm just focusing on this system right now, live on stream. I'm not doing a whole lot else. I'm trading some live trades when I see them, but I was explaining before you got here, Adam, that the NQ, not only on this lower time period, on this 50,000, but on the 10,000 as well. Or no, this is the 10,000. Sorry, on the 50,000, and then the 10 flush down here. I just happened to be in front of the computer, and I just bought because on my live account, well, on my one of them, because I was there, and I was like, that's just an opportunity. But it wasn't something I was intending on doing. And my target is 714. So yeah, just for I mean, for me, like, I'm long 4 contracts. It's like, okay, should I hold it for a runner? No, this particular trade, that wasn't my intention, because I don't want to think about this while I'm streaming. My intention with this one was, hey, can I start the day with a nice little win here and just turn the live off and then focus on my trade fives and my top steps during our stream with our reversals. So, um, we'll see. And now we're just waiting for alerts. We got Crude. I'm just kind of sitting here, not doing a whole lot. Yes, I think we're waiting. Gold, really nice pocket here. Talked about that. I think you're probably pushing back up here, but not for my what I'm looking for on the reversals. So that's that. How you guys doing? You in any trades? Let me refill my coffee. If you guys hear order filled, then that's a good sign for me. So I'll be right back. Love you, Ella. All right. Oh, I see that we got even closer. Is that right? What did we get to? What did we get to? Oh, like 10? All I need is 14. Is that too much to ask for the Nasdaq? $14 and a half, technically. No, 14 and a quarter. We just got to like 13 and a quarter. I need 14 and a quarter. Let's try it.
Order filled.
Got it. That was nice. Very, very happy about that. Cool. So very, very nice. Where's my, I gotta get my Tradify. There it is. Okay. All right. Yeah, the volume charts, I mean, just like the reason that I liked that was just because we were right at a ton of daily support with VolPro Edge right there. It had already been, you know, these lows back here. And then what I saw, you know, we were also, you see the extension and the congestion DMLs here. These are the higher time period ones right there. So when this was flushing down there, again, I just happened to be in front of the screen. I was like, I mean, I have to take it. There's a lot of support there. So anyways, that was good. So that's neither here nor there. Let's go ahead and look at all of our signals here. All of our charts. So we know ES, NQ, Dow, Russell. I was kind of interested. So gold, choppy, I'm waiting. Silver. Question is, would this be a reversal on silver? We're trending down, kind of coming out of the lower days. Would that be a reversal to go back to higher days? It's not too much range expansion yet for that. I don't know. I have to see. Copper, I was waiting. Platinum, when we started the stream, I said I'm interested in 85 right here because even though you don't have range expansion for today, you are coming, you know, out of this from yesterday. So you can see that continuation. So then, you know, with that reversal down and see, you got the DMLs up here. I like all that. and it's just not, it just kind of reversed, didn't give the signal. But this is what I want. You see how the lower time period's just going? These are the ones that I'm looking for, where you just get in. I guess this one would have been right around here, and then you can pyramid because it's cooperating, and you're just pyramiding and trailing. But I would have wanted to get in a little higher up, and I didn't. So still working on the fine tuning. But you guys can see here the last few days we've been streaming. I mean, the areas of interest are very, very nice, right? Can you guys see that as well? So let's see, I'm going to catch up here. Todd, I stopped out on longs. Gold up till the 825-ish bar, then finally got the move. And Todd, are you following like a system with a process, or like every day like this? And are you getting there in terms of, like, you know, let me know how I can help you. Adam, NQ sucked up so nicely before the 1 hour close. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. So we got an alert there for Nat Gas. Just kind of hanging out. So silver, the question would be, it's already headed too far back up. Platinum. And that's really funny. Nasdaq kind of tagged my profit. That was a pretty good spot, to at least temporary spot to take profit, because now we're rolling back down 21,706. I just had a feeling into that pocket. I was like, there's an extension there on the 10,000. That's a good spot. All right. Ultra bonds. You've got some resistance on the daily up here for sure. I mean, I would love to short it up around 117 if we could keep pushing. So we'll see about that. And today, after I get done trading, I've got to go to the municipality building and see if we can register our child there, or do we have to go to a faraway place to do it? I've heard far away. I don't know. We'll see. If that's the case, probably I'll do that tomorrow after trading, and just give myself like a hard out at, like, you know, I don't know, 1 p.m. Eastern or something. We'll see. Tomorrow is probably going to be a good day to take off early if nothing's happening, and then go register my baby, because non-farm payrolls is on Friday, and oftentimes, you know, the market will want to, you know, congest and await that number. So maybe tomorrow is the baby registration day. Okay, nice, Todd. Well, hope that works out for you, man. Rooting for everybody. There's enough money in these markets for all of us. That's the important thing. So there's silver. Yeah, silver's, you know, giving you a little bit of a reversal signal here, but I'm just not interested in, for me, getting in the middle of the range. You got the high there, the low there. I mean, it could go down here, it could go up here. It looks bullish to me, but I'll wait on silver. You know, gold coming out of that pocket, really nice. This is a great example here. You're in congestion, beautiful pocket. The fact that it sucks up here, and then you got the core and the true average right there. If it comes down there, bang, that's a nice spot for a congestion trade. I mean, obviously yesterday, I'm not going to let one like this deter me. I've decided I'm making a special category. Like yesterday, we nailed this trade. I mean, live in real time, we said, hey, look, this is the extended flash. There's we went into all the reasons, right? And some of you took that. I know Ralph took that, which was awesome. But what I'm going to do, because I'm looking for reversals and trend trades, right? That is a reversal, but technically, you know, I'm waiting for it to really enter congestion on the higher time period. But I'm going to have special category for when I see a trade I really like that's kind of outside of this exact trading plan process, I'm just going to say, you know, look, I put a lot of thought into this particular trade. It's not technically according to the plan I'm following right now, but it's, you know, it is a reversal. It's just this pattern is 10. So I'm going to, you know, keep track of those. I'll be a little bit more aggressive on those, you know, trades that kind of fall outside the plan a little bit. They're still fantastic trades. You know, I'm just working on my own discipline too, you guys. Like you can never get too good at discipline. And there's a direct correlation between your equity curve and your discipline. The more disciplined you get, you know, the more profitable you're going to be, assuming you're using something that has an edge that makes money. Morning, Jose. How you doing, man? You still in that euro? You were in there last night, right? It's looking good. Anybody else take wheat? So there's NQ. Could be coming back down here again. We'll see. Could be maybe coming back down here to give a little flash pattern on the higher time period, but that's congestion. Morning, Supreme. You feeling better after yesterday? By the way, I can't find you in the Discord, Supreme. I know you said you're in there, but I'm trying to find you. I don't know where you went. Yeah. Wait, there you are, I think. Yeah, I found you, buddy. There you go. Welcome. You're all set, Supreme. Okay. All right. Well, oh, nice. Gotcha. Well, it's good. Discord, you know, unless you find a good one like VolPro Edge or you're running one like I am, like VolPro Edge, like I would never be in like a Top Step Discord or any other Discord unless I was curious about a question I wanted answered. But other than that, most Discords are distractions. Sorry to hear that, Jose. Well, you gave it a good shot, you know. It was the right idea. At least Zest is still in. He's long the euro. Nice job, Zest. So we're just kind of waiting here for alerts. It's 9. I can't believe it's already 9:11. That first 45 minutes almost went by fast. So we'll get some stuff going at the open. In about 15 minutes, waiting for signals here. Nasdaq, ES, YM, Russell, all quite choppy. Gold, congestion, but clean. Nice clean congestion range. And I think this is what Ralph was talking about. This little, like that. But on the lower time periods. Silver, congestion. Yeah, I think gold was a good long with VPE right here. And of course, yesterday right here. Copper. Very choppy copper. Platinum, kind of just doing its thing without looking back. Bonds could be, you know, that's not a bad little, you got high a day here, decent range expansion. So that's not a bad reversal signal there on bonds. I could entertain that on bonds. Of course, I can't take that on my Tradeifys. I'd have to take it on my XFAs. The question is, do I like that enough to take it on my XFAs. I mean, we are into that daily resistance level. We know we may not get up there. So you've got resistance up in here. Yeah, I think it's not bad. I may look for if bonds maybe give a short, up into 116.2. Anywhere. If I get a decent signal up here, I could take it on one of my XFAs. It's not one that I want to go chasing down here. And if it collapses, it collapses. Heating oil, choppy. And you are coming. This is important too. You can see the flash already here. Section 1, 2, 3, bang. High a day. Now you're rolling over. So this could roll over. Question is, are we going to get a pullback? That is always the tricky question, but I want to get in up here if possible. I'll keep an eye on it. Not like there's something. I think the one thing I'm not nuts about it is I like when this is still pretty steep here, and I like when this is shifted over. This could cause us to push a little bit. So I'll keep an eye. I'm not crazy about it. It's not bad. Here's Nasdaq. So Adam, I think there are some trap shorts on NQ. We might just rally the rest if we break back out above the value area high. We certainly could do that. I mean, I'm bullish overall. So yeah, I mean, we could just hold that support and push up on the daily, 21.9, or we could pull back to the middle of the envelope first if the true average breaks. But I'm looking to buy at a good spot. I'm looking for a reversal. But those of you who are just, trading the Nasdaq, I mean, I would stay on the long side as long as the weekly keeps pushing up, the daily keeps pushing up. I mean, from a higher time period perspective, shorts are definitely trapped. I know the CTAs were selling the bottom like they usually do. What a racket. I'm sure there are probably some good CTAs, but I'm sure most of them are a racket. I mean, anytime you want somebody else to do something for you, you got to think about this. You're offloading your responsibility. And if you offload your responsibility on something important, don't be shocked if it doesn't work out. Would you agree with that assessment, Zest? That's how I feel about it. Gold. So right now, I talked about this earlier. We're battling between the daily DMLs here, resistance, boom, dynamic market levels, VolPro Edge, and the weekly DMLs, dynamic market levels, support. So you're wrestling between weekly support and daily resistance. We'll see who wins the battle. I think the weekly should push the daily up and through those right there. But that's why we're ranging right here, right? Yeah, I think a lot of, I don't know, most institutional money put up terrible returns, but I guess they've got a lot, if they've got a lot of money to move around, I guess it's hard to find the liquidity. I used to run a little bit of money, about 20 million bucks when I was 26 to 28. And I had a good run. And I got all my clients out in March while our equity curves were still at the high before Lehman came in September. I just shut it all down in March because I was 20. I just turned 28 years old. I'd made a lot of money. I was managing a lot of family and friends' money. And I saw like the strategies at that time that I was using. I saw all of a sudden that something weird was happening in the markets and I didn't understand it. And I was like, you know what? I don't understand what's going on. And I literally just returned everybody's money at the equity highs and took a break. And then in 2008, September, like 6 months after I shut down, Lehman happened. So it was in a sense, I was lucky, but I also was smart and I wasn't greedy, right? Because you make a lot of money running other money. I could have been like, oh, I'm going to keep running the money and make more and more and more. But I didn't understand what was going on because at that time I was doing a lot of carry trades with the yen, and you could just see that something was breaking, but you could see it ahead of time if you were paying attention, which was cool. How did I get that gig? I started the company and I built it, Todd. It was my company. And I was in LA, so I was plugged into a lot of money. Yeah, 100 up to 100 million. I mean, even today, maybe even more than that. I could get back into that at some point. It's just a lot of headaches. You got to deal when you're dealing with people and their money, you know. I don't know. I got a nice life. I don't really want to add complication to it. Exactly. Exactly. That's true. Well, especially, like when you're running their money, right? Like VolPro Edge, you guys are technically clients, but I don't feel like you're clients. It's more like, I don't know. I feel like you guys are more friends. Everybody in our community, it's a great community. Running money is different. When you trade people's money and you get a down day and they're calling you and it gets exhausting. But I had a good run. I could have been somebody. I was. All right, let's wait. What's that line from? I could have been somebody. I could have been somebody. It's in my head, but I forget the movie. All right, so we're getting on the open here in about 9 minutes. A nice long on NQ earlier, but that was before the stream started, so that doesn't really count. Waiting for our system. We will start deviating a little bit. If I see a good reversal like gold yesterday, I will take that from now on. And then I won't feel bad if it loses because it's outside my system, but it's well thought out outside my process. And it's still adhering to VolPro Edge. So like these good ones like bonds. Okay, so now bonds. This is the one. This is the reversal up here. There could be some resistance. So we need to see how there's the daily. See, you reclaim the daily DMLs there, right? So that's kind of important. Oh, no, sorry. That's the 20,000 DMLs. My bad, guys. That's the 20,000. And I think on bonds here, I don't have. Oh, yeah, those are the, exactly. Okay. I got it. So that's the 20,000. Yeah, so I got to turn that on. So there you can see on the 20,000. Or maybe these are, hang on a sec. Let me just do something here. Oh, here you go. Sorry, that was off. Now that's better. That's better. Now I got the daily on there. So there you can see those are the dailies right there. So we did reclaim. So that's a lot of resistance right there on the daily into that pocket. I mean, I like that. The question is, are we going to go way up here? I don't know. I could bet on this. It's just that I got my top steps on my other screen. That's the entry, basically 116.2 up in there. The only thing, the reason I'm not, now I figured out a way to explain this because I told you guys, I was like, do I want to take this on my XFAs? I'm not going to take it. Now I know how I explain. Remember I said, oh, it's too far over to this way. Well, here's why. I like when that extension, you see that extension right there, guys? The pink dot, it's resistance. And then I want that to be shifted over here. So it's the middle of the envelope. You can see on platinum was a better example. So on platinum, you see here, this is the reversal we were looking for in platinum earlier when we started. You see how when you enter congestion down, so you're up, 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 bang, congestion entrance down off the high of the days. And then you see how the middle of the envelope and these DMLs, these yellow dots, dynamic market levels, dynamic market resist, all that right there. I always put resistance in red. That's a cluster of very strong resistance at the middle of the envelope. That's what I like. Whereas right now on ultra bonds, sure, we could drop, but this is, I want this to be over here, because if it's not over here, we're still going against a very steep trending envelope to the upside, which could, you're kind of shorting into a little bit of support there. And, you know, we don't want to short into support, right? That's a rhyme. The Slim Shady stepped up again. So that's why I didn't like that. And that's a better way to explain it, if that makes sense to you guys. So that's how I feel about that. Let's look at ES here. We're waiting for the open. I keep looking at that clock. I have one here. I'll probably do that all day. It's like, I don't know. I forget I have the clock here. 5 minutes to the open. We'll see what happens. I'm waiting for the reversal signals or the trend signals. The indices are congesting right now, so not a whole lot going on, right? I'll catch up. Oh yeah, a guy in the UK blew 15 million from people he knew. Oh yeah. Oh, it's an enormous amount of pressure. I wouldn't feel as much pressure now because number one, you know, I'm very, very conservative and careful, even with my own money, but with other people's, I'd be even more so. And I've done it before and I did well before. And then on top of that, I just, as you get older, you just, I don't know, you realize you can't please everybody. So if I was running money again and I got a call from somebody every time we had a down day, I would probably just tell the person, hey, this probably isn't for you. You know, I'll return your money. You know, like if I had a client like that, if I was trading their money and they were like, they couldn't handle the equity swings, it's like, well, then, you know, there's risk in trading, but you'd be surprised. The people, the least tolerant people are the guys with the most money. And that's probably why they have the most money. So maybe one day again, but to be honest, I'm more, I like VolPro Edge. My own trading is my own trading, but then VolPro Edge is where my passion is because it's just unique. It's different than anything else out there. And I think, you know, over the next 5 years, VolPro Edge is going to grow into a force in the trading world. And that's where my passion's at. Because I like interacting with traders and watching them go from like struggling to more consistency and then, you know, passing challenges, getting payouts. That for me is super fun to see. Like I get more excited about your guys' payouts than my own. Like I swear to God, because my payouts are like, okay, they're nice. I like getting the money, but in terms of that endorphin kick, it makes me happier to see you guys getting payouts. Like I think that's, so there's a nice, on crude, I wouldn't short that, but you know, you're in congestion, it's cycling, but crude is to me looking more bullish, like I said in the end of day analysis yesterday. So I'd be looking for a trend reversal down in here somewhere back to the upside. So that's what we'll kind of keep an eye on for crude. And yeah, you know, for those of you guys who just don't have a lot of time or whatever, I get that. You know, use that end of day analysis and use those recommendations, you know, not financial advice, obviously, but you know, picks, you know, from VolPro Edge. I mean, you can see the consistency. You've been around here long enough that the consistency is there. I always get this this little like Discord noise thing. I'm like, oh, what's there? And it's like, it's nothing there. It's really strange. All right. So we're going to get the open. See, looked at the clock again. I should get an electric shock. Every time I look at the clock, it shocks me. Just like you guys should get an electric shock. Every time you don't follow your trading plan, it shocks you. What is that? The Milgram experiment at Stanford? Was that the 60s? Milgram? Where they, you guys look that up. I could explain it to you. It's really interesting. I learned about that in my master's at Gonzaga. Well, I probably learned about it at Loyola as well, but really interesting what people will do. But the reason I thought of that was because of the electrical shocks. They had students shocking other students. Basically says that people will just follow orders without thinking. And it's true. All right. So markets are going to open in 45 seconds. We might as well just, we're going to get a lot of pings because the ags are going to open. The meats are going to open. It's going to be an agricultural meat fest. It's going to just be all kinds of meats and ags. Well, I guess they call them the livestock. We should call them livestock. The livestock and the grains. All right, 15 seconds. And we just got a ping on gold. We're just kind of sitting here. Here's Nasdaq. 2 seconds. There it is. Here come all the pings. Let's just rifle through the grains. Yep, so corn. Beautiful. I didn't have an end of day signal on corn, but wheat's looking like a beauty. It was. I was watching the open here, and I don't know, usually when it's going to run like that, like it wasn't really fluttering. I didn't see people rushing to get in. I was watching, and I was like, I'm just not going to take this. If I was in now, I'd be at break even, and, you know, it would do whatever it would do. There's soybeans, meal, oil. There's cattle. A lot of resistance up here potentially on cattle. You can see you tagged all those extensions up there. So today you got that weekly resistance up in there. It's pretty good weekly resistance right there, those DMLs. And the monthly has been going up for a long time. Not that it can't keep going up, but you've got, if cattle got up in here, like let's say it went for a trend run up to 212 at the true average. Let's say we raced up there and then I got a reversal signal. I would love that. So that could be good for cattle today. We'll keep an eye on that. I spared you guys the sneeze. I muted in time. You're welcome. So here's hogs. We'll wait with hogs. Feeder cattle. Pretty similar to live cattle. So see what happens with feeder. Be looking for trend reversals, maybe. Well, no. Feeder looks bullish. Okay, so feeder, I could potentially look for a reversal up because that is a bullish daily pocket. You've got the DMLs here. You know, these are looking good. A lot of support here. So, I mean, you can just see it looks like a stable trend run on feeder cattle. So let's look at the Russell. Chop. Yes, and Q. Dow. Russell Gold. Just waiting. Just got to wait for things to develop. We're in these little ranges here now. No need forcing the issue, right? So that's also the thing, guys. You know, like when you start to get consistent and make money and you see that if you just wait for trades you really, really like, it really shifts the odds in your favor, right? Let's look at hogs. Now hogs look, that's kind of a double pocket there on the daily, so that's tough to read. But I could see it pushing higher, but we'll see. Feeder cattle looks bullish. I mentioned that. So let's just follow our plan and wait. Okay, silver, chop. Copper, tight chop. Platinum, like I said, that was, you know, not bad there, but just didn't get much. Ultra bonds, like that could be resistance, but I already said why I don't like it. Here's crude, heating oil. I mean, look, they're all quite tight here. Pretty much the major futures across the board are in a very tight range, probably awaiting the ISM services in 25 minutes. Corn. So there's wheat. Soybeans. My daughter is really testing the new nanny, right? Because it's only her third day. She's great, the nanny. But you can see the 5-year-old, man, they're smart. Like my daughter's is not acting like that with me, and I'm about to go out and yell at her to let her know that she can't give the nanny shit just because she's pushing the nanny's buttons. Yesterday she had a meltdown in the supermarket with the nanny to get a toy. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back, you guys. All right. This 5-year-old I've got, guys, woo, fucking intense. My first child was an angel. I'm hoping my third child is an angel. This is a typical middle child. And she's been like this for all 5 years, and I love her with all my heart. She's great, but she is intense. Like nothing is, she will make every little thing hard every day. Oh man, it's crazy. Anyways. So looking at the alerts, did I miss anything? No, there's nat gas. So here's feeder cattle. Just wait on feeder cattle. What are you guys seeing? Indices are bullish. We've been calling for that. I think that's one of the biggest things, guys. No matter what strategy you're running, just use the end of day analysis to stay on the right side of the market most of the time. It's not always right, but it, usually is, because we're using, the quarterly, the monthly, the weekly, the daily. You can see the flow, the directional flow. Whatever you're doing, stay on the right side of the directional flow, and it'll increase your probabilities tremendously. What's up, Christian? Nice. Christian's got the notebook. I love it. Welcome back. You guys with kids, you know all about having kids. You guys without kids, oh man, it's like, what is it? Once you have them, you can't live without them. But man, they add a, so life changes a lot. All right, here's NQ. So look, that NQ that I bought 4 contracts on earlier here, and I took profit at 714 here. Am I looking at this going, oh man, I could have made like 10 grand instead of 4 grand? No, because that wasn't the purpose of that trade, right? So you got to remind yourself of these things. You never know. You have an edge, you're trading it, you've got a system, hopefully you're being disciplined, but you also got to remind yourself that it's nothing more than an edge. It's probabilities, and you really don't know what's going to happen next. People who think they know what's going to happen next, it's only a matter of time before you get hit by the freight train. Even if you've got an edge and it works and you're making good money and you convince yourself that you know what's going to happen next, that's blow up territory. You got to always stay humble. You never ever know what's going to happen. That's what my mentor taught me. Charlie, you know, he would always be like in his videos that he would do for us. He'd always be like, I don't know, you know, this might go. He's always like, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. And that guy probably made $1 billion literally. That's why he's been featured in so many books and all those kinds of things. So, and that guy was like one of the most humble people, and you know, so that's most of the super successful traders I've known in one way or another are like that. They're not what you see out there on social media. All right, so we got corn and soybean meal. So corn, you're getting a little bit of a reversal signal here, potentially. We know corn's been getting shellacked lately. I'll keep an eye on corn here. It's kind of one of these where it is like ultra bonds a little bit. I would like this to be over here a little bit more. So probably won't take that. But interesting to keep an eye on this level because you see the daily's got the extension and the congestion resistance levels right there. Those dots coming across right there, right? So we want to watch that. Cattle, we're waiting for a potential short on cattle up into 212 maybe. Let's see if we get there. There's an alert for S&P 500. Yes. Bullish off the true average so far. That's the first line of defense. Just keep an eye on this. Nasdaq, Dow chop, Russell chop. I mean, we'll see what happens. Nasdaq definitely, I mean, this is just kind of, that's a lot of support right there at 21.7. Core DML, envelope top, true average. Probably the launching pad, which is why I took that little scalp long there. Oh, it's going to be great when my child leaves for school. Whenever she leaves, like everything in the house just goes, ah. And then even the baby crying is not a big deal because she's just a little baby. Like she doesn't really know what she's doing. Whereas when you got a little 5-year-old that age, they're just pushing your buttons. Oof. If you got a button pusher, they're not all like that, but a lot of them can be. Silver, copper. I mean, look, we're waiting for that. ISM is in 19 minutes. So ultra bonds did pick that up there. We'll see what happens with that. Crude, oil, gas, nat gas. I mean, look how choppy all these are. There's corn kind of pushing. That's kind of like the ultra bonds one, right, that I didn't take. But the difference is, if you notice, on corn, the extension and the trend DMLs, when that closed, these are support. On ultra bonds, they weren't. See here? There, it's here. That's better. Hogs. Nice reversal there. But we're in congestion. Feeder cattle. Gap up. That could be, I mean, the high of the day there for cattle. I mean, into the middle of the envelope there. But I don't really have any more DMLs or anything there. If I had, is there a DML hiding behind there? I mean, I can't really see it. No, it's up there. So yeah, I don't have it there. Let's look at crude. Still chop. Feeder. Chop. So we're just kind of waiting, guys. Isn't it nice to Not deal with chop. Gold swept lows. What lows? What on my gold? Do I have the wrong gold chart up? I see lows here. I don't. What do you mean? Because to me, Supreme, that's the high of the day. That's the low of the day. You're in the middle of the range, and I kind of view that as like a dangerous place to take a trade. But not that there won't be like fractal sweeps and things like that. But that's kind of how I view it. Yeah. Well, I'll keep you on track, buddy. You're in the right place. I think these are very low probability trades when you're in the middle of slop. You know, you could throw darts and hit a couple wins, but you'll hit more losses. And I think you want to look for, clean, either like when a market's really moving, you're trying to go in the direction of the move, trending, or if you're looking for buying support or selling resistance, I mean, it's not a bad idea to do that near the higher of the day or the low of the day, because if you're right, you really got some legs to go the other direction. But I think you're like a scalper, which is fine if you can make money doing that. But most people can't. It's a much more difficult way to make money, in my opinion, because things move so fast and the margin for error becomes so slim on scalping. That's why, and then you're competing with Citadel, some of the other high frequency market makers. I mean, that's a tough game to play. I don't want to go against Ken Griffin. He's got too much money. Like, he's the CEO of Citadel, I think, or the founder. Maybe he's not the CEO. Not sure. I think it's Ken Griffin. I don't know. I might be wrong. All right. We'll see what happens here with the indices. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see him want to come back and sweep the lows, maybe a little lower down here. And I would love that, to be patient today and just, if the indices did come back down here and then set up a nice reversal pattern, that to me would be beautiful. And the money that I would make on that would be worth being patient and waiting for that setup. So that's what I want to do. Let me know if you guys got any questions, or if you're seeing things you want me to comment on, or if you feel good about hanging out and being patient. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, look, whatever works, right? That's the key. Whatever works. But I'm guessing there are probably no statistics on success in scalping, but if the success in day trading is something like 2%, I'm gonna go success for scalpers over a long, sample size. It's probably less than 0.1% is my guess, statistically speaking. I could be wrong because I have no data, but that would be my guess, because it's so hard. So if you can do it, more power to you. But I think it's hard nowadays. I think it was maybe easier 20 years ago, before. It's never easy, but easier before you had all the, the algos and things like that. So, and there's also different definitions for scalping, right? I mean, some scalpers like, yeah, it's hard to say. I really don't know. I'm just waiting to see what the markets do. But they could be awaiting non-farm payrolls, or they could move today, or the tariffs. I mean, it's kind of a toss-up. I mean, the definition of scalping too, right? Some people, they on the Nasdaq, they might, like, I would consider a scalp on the Nasdaq, going for 10 points or maybe even 15 points, because you're kind of within the noise range, right? ES, maybe that's 5 points, something like that. So Adam, yeah, that sounds good. I'm kind of on the Nasdaq. Yeah, I'm waiting for more down here, but I may not get it. Or we start trending and then look for a pullback in the trend. Because if we start ripping, I mean, we could definitely attack these highs and head for that DML there, yesterday's extension. So you could have some decent little legs here potentially if we start to rip. Yes, NQ. So we got ISM in 10 minutes. I think that's what we're waiting for today. Let me know if you guys think that's the case. So there's an alert for the Dow. Not much. Let's look at copper. Probably also just waiting for ISM. Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to get a lot of movement when ISM comes. So we better refill our coffee and get ready. We got ISM in 10 minutes. Be right back. All right. Yeah, coffee's a good idea, Supreme. Yeah. Oh man, if I don't have coffee for a day or two, I get a wicked headache. The coffee withdrawal, the dreaded coffee withdrawal. I gotta get a coaster. I'll figure that out. Just answering some messages here while we wait for ISM. Just catching up on stuff. How you guys doing? You guys catching up on stuff? Let's see. Supreme, turned on the machine. Yeah, there you go. I love coffee. Trying to muscle up. Okay. How old are you, Supreme? I think you told me before. Are you also in your 40s? I can't remember. It's funny. YouTube will alert me for my own live streams. Like, it's like, hey, you might like this channel. Like, yeah, I do like that channel. I run it. 7 minutes to ISM. $30. Okay. Oh man, you got tons of time. That's great. Good job. Yeah, 12 years of experience. That's good. That's that's what it takes. Yeah, I didn't get into trading until I was 23, I think. Can't remember. Something like that. And man, those first few years were brutal. But then when I figured it out, I was really young and excited, and that's when I went and raised all that money and traded it and did very well. Because back then I was trading Forex, and Forex was the wild, wild west. So you could have an agreement with a Forex broker. So I had an agreement with a very large Forex broker. They're still one of the largest in the world. I don't know if I'm allowed to say their name, so I won't, but it starts with F, X, and then there's two more letters. And then, so you could set up agreements with them because it wasn't regulated yet. And then people would open up their own trading accounts. So, you couldn't not that I would ever steal any money, but the client had safety and security knowing that that was their trading account at the brokerage you couldn't touch. But then the broker would do what's called a PAM account, percentage allocation management module. So you as the account manager could trade. Yeah, I was an IB, but I was also the trader. So you could trade one master account that would funnel down the percentages to each individual account. So that was like awesome. And then you'd get a, commission on the spread, and you'd get commission on performance at the end of the month. So that was incredible. But then it got regulated, and then you had to register. I didn't want to become a CTA or any of that stuff. And I took a long break. I had made a lot of money at that point at a young age. Yeah, I'm 45, so I'll be, I don't know, I feel more like I'm getting more aches and pains, but I think that's more due to the kids than anything else. This baby, I wasn't planning on having another baby at 45, but my wife's 32, so, but now we've agreed this is it. Yeah, well, the thing is if all my clients would come from the US because that's where I'm tapped in, all my friends and family. So if you're going to be taking US clients nowadays, you've got to be regulated. Probably not a route. I'm very focused on VolPro Edge at this point in my own trading. So, never say never, maybe one day, but right now I enjoy this. Probably 3 years, something like that. And as soon as I started becoming reasonably profitable, that's when I was all excited about what I saw in the Forex space. So I ran out immediately and started raising money and doing the whole IB thing. So I didn't waste any time. That was cool. That was a good experience. All right, we're waiting for ISMs. That's why I'm not really checking alerts right now, because I'm not going to put anything on before ISM. Well, the longer it takes, the more likely it is to stick once you eventually get it. And the longer you can stick with it. All right, let's look at corn. So there's that reversal in corn. Not bad, but still, Let's look at ultra bonds. Probably got to get more aggressive on these reversals, because every one I'm like, it's pretty good, but I mean, the hit rate on those is pretty high. All right, ISM. See, I looked at that clock again. I should be shocked. I should have an electric shock. The clock is there. I don't know why I do that. It's also something similar when I'm talking about the yearly chart. So many times I will call the yearly the weekly. There's like a brain fart that just, I don't know what it is. Sometimes those things happen. Okay, so here's NQ. I'm kind of hoping ISM, will just give us the volatility we need to get some stuff going, like on Friday when we patiently waited for the last super awesome trade right there. I mean, it was a quiet day, and then bang, volatility came in and set up the reversal, and off you go. You know, to be quite honest, I mean, really, let's be honest with ourselves. One of those a week, you know, two of them a week. One of them wins, one of them loses. I mean, if you size up a little bit on just a couple of really good trades a week, guys, you can make a serious living on that. I think people are just too focused on this. You gotta pull back like this. So we've got 35 seconds from now for ISM. So let's see what happens. See if we get any signals. $15 seconds. I'm hoping for a dump, but not if any of you guys are long. I don't want you guys to lose. There's ISM. Wow. Look at that volatility. Do you get filled at 700, Adam? If so, I'd move to break even. Because either this thing's going to reverse hard or it's going to smash through 700 hard. Yeah, I think hand sitting is not a bad idea. All right, we got an alert on silver. See what else is moving. Nice little pocket resistance here on silver. Don't want to do much with that. See if gold is moving. Gold dropping a little bit here. Let's look at ultra bonds. Nice little move on ISM right there. Nice little reversal pattern right there. Exhaust up for a dump back down. But that's the 4,000, which I'm not interested in. So I got to get, I only want that when I want to. Don't let the tail wag the dog. Which means if you're not using the lower time period, don't look at it. It'll screw you up. It'll bait you into trades. All right. So ES holding firm. Still quite a few contracts left to trade. Nasdaq holding firm. Looks like 700 strong for now, but I'm still waiting. All right, there's an alert for crude. Crude pushing. If we got to 65, nice. First of all, if we start trending up and through all these highs at 64, we could maybe jump on a trend trade. And then if we got to 65, you've got a nice weekly extension up there that could be good for a reversal. We'll see about that. We still might get the dump. You just never know when it's going to come. Or it'll rip and jump on board the trend. Just wait. Nasdaq, I'll sometimes have the lower time period up just because, you know. ¿Por qué no? David, ¿dónde está David? David está aquí. I got to practice my Spanish, guys. I'm in Costa Rica and I got to work on it. So then I got to talk to David. David. All right. Let's see what we got for alert. Feeder cattle. Chop. I still think we may want to dump a little. Let's look at platinum. A little bit of a push back up here. Still see tight range, but again, coming from down here from yesterday, that's still, you know, valid. And now we're rolling over. So do I want to short up here? I don't want to get stuck in chop up here. But you do have nice resistance level there up into those highs. So I would wait for a signal up there maybe. I guess David is not here because he did not respond to the Spanish call. He's probably studying. All right, ES, NQ. I think it wants to dump and set up a nice reversal for us, you know, at some point today. So that's what I'm going to manifest. The Dow, I mean, a painful existence for the Dow. Let's look at cattle. We don't want to miss any alerts. Cattle, choppy. So let's go back to cycling through. The Dow, very choppy. Tight range. Russell, maybe the Russell will lead the charge to the downside. Could be nice. And there's the alert for the Russell, right when we come, right in time. Got a lot of support on the Russ. Right down in here on the daily, you can see these DMLs coming across. True average, envelope top, DMLs. So, you know, if we were to dump down here and then reclaim in reverse, that could be good for the Russ. We'll watch on that. So, Zest, alligator arm stuff is choppy. Yeah, that's the key, right? Just when there's nothing there, just don't have to force the issue. You know? That's definitely what it's all about. I like the term alligator arms. Never heard that. Adam, not really the best reaction here from NQ. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just, see, this is what's so nice too about when you have a system and you follow it, you're just waiting for your setups, and like everything else is just like, it doesn't even matter. You don't have to speculate. I'm just waiting for reversals or trends. That's what I'm doing. You guys do, you know, what you're doing. Yeah, it's important to not reach the mouse. You can have your mouse in a mouse trap on a day like today. So if you go in there and try and get the mouse, you get smashed on your hand like a mouse trap. That would be funny. All right, so there's the Russell. See if it can break lower. Gold, you know, very choppy range. So we got an alert on ES. Here we go. It'd be nice if these can break out a little to the downside. I got caught in the monsoon yesterday, guys, but it was a very nice experience. I went for a long walk. I'm going to try and start doing that where I do the end of day analysis kind of early before the day closes, because you kind of get a good idea of what's going on anyways at that time. That way you guys have it in plenty of time for the reopen. And then once I get out on a long walk, I don't have to rush back to do that. It's just nice because I'm spending just too much time in front of the computer lately. So I gotta be more optimized with the time I spend. Anyways, I got caught in the monsoon, and I sat under a big tree and had a Cuban, and I was like shielding my Cuban from the rain. It was nice. And then I got drenched on the way home, but I felt very alive. It was nice. And John G, are you here? Are you able to comment on YouTube? I think you are. I think we fixed that. And KLR, if you're here, are you able to comment or no? You can let me know in Discord if you're not able to comment. I'll go into the trading chat. I am monitoring the trading chat. If John G or KLR or anybody else who has had a commenting on YouTube problem, if you can't comment and you want to ask me a question, guys, please, I'm here for you. Ask it in the trading chat and I will answer your question. All right. So we're getting an alert on hogs and natural gas. There's hogs. That's a nice pocket right there on hogs, really. Congestion pocket on that daily support pocket. So that would have been one where I could have stepped out of my thing and said, I like hogs with that. Because boom, boom. I just didn't see it. Nat gas, very choppy. NQ, we just got an alert. Good. Be nice to take out these lows here on NQ. Be fantastic. So let's see if we get a nice reversal down here in a bit. I mean, really on NQ, it's beautiful situation down here around the middle of the envelope on the daily chart. Right here's the daily, guys. So right there, you see all that stuff stacked? That's overlaid right here, right? DML, reaction support, middle of the envelope. Those are all daily levels. We mark support out in blue. So if we were to get a flush and a reclaim, boom, that would be beautiful. That we would definitely like. But let's wait and see if that happens. So ES, Dow still doing nothing. Russell's trying to lead the charge to the bottom. I mean, this might be the extent of the pullback, but we'll see. I'm waiting. It needs to. I want it to be trending into a reversal because those are the ones that trap the most traders. Soybean oil. So I got to be a little bit more vigilant in terms of looking for trades that are nice, like really nice, but just not perfectly in line with my process at this exact moment. But definitely hogs. I mean, it's just a good opportunity there to get long in that pocket. Daily low. You do have the double pocket on the daily, but still getting long there, stop at break even and just see if you get lucky and catch a runner. You know? I'm all about runners. Silver, chop, copper. I mean, platinum. Nice little pullback right there. Is that a reversal I want to mess with on platinum? It's kind of tempting, to be honest, but it's not really my trade. And it's not even one that I want to step outside of the box and say, okay, I'll take that. Ultra bonds. So, I mean, in that case, that's what I meant about that. I want, you know, so now if we push higher on ultra bonds, I will look for the reversal higher up. Up in here against the extension would be beautiful on the daily. I would love a reversal up here. Bang, because you got the weekly resistance coming across at 117, daily at 117. That could be a nice spot to short the bonds. So we will actively monitor that. There's my coffee. I had to plug in my earbuds to charge them. So there's ultra bonds. Be a nice little push up there for a potential reversal. So the euro end of day call is looking nice. Euro continues to push higher. Wheat, I don't know. We can look at wheat here. Wheat still from the end of day is, you know, hanging on there. If you're in and you're at break even, you're still in. Here's ES and Q. I got a little bit of a drop. Dow, Russell, Gold, silver, copper, platinum, 30-year bonds. Not a bad little pullback in the trend run right there on the 30-year, but I never trade the 30-year. It's just, I guess I probably could with my XFAs, because even though the 30-year doesn't move that much, you could just put more contracts on, then it's not a big deal. So maybe I won't ignore the 30-year as much as I do, because right there, I mean, nice trend, pullback pocket, 112.30. I mean, you're already up like 7-8 ticks. So if you throw on 5-6 contracts, I mean, that's, you know, reasonable. So ultra bonds. So you didn't get the same pattern really on the ultra bonds. Crude, heating oil, chop, gasoline, chop. Nat gas, really tight chop. Corn, I don't know. Not a bad little reversal up there on corn, but you know, not the one I'm looking for. Wheat, soybeans. So a nice little trend on soybeans here. Meal trending, oil, congestion. So I want to learn from this if this means that because soybeans and soybean meal are trending, does that mean that soybean oil is going to exit congestion up? I don't know. Let's see. We'll learn. Cattle's very choppy. Hogs, you know, that's the kind of thing. Catch that there, break even. You may get a runner on hogs. So I got to be more vigilant for that. Feeder cattle. I think the best thing I've seen today actually is hogs. That's a very nice pocket right there. Low a days, daily pocket. That's not a bad trade right there. You got these extensions here protecting you. Congestions. Nice. All right, heating oil we already know, and Dow, these are both doing nothing. There's the Dow. There's heating oil. That was those alerts. So yeah, hogs. Got to be more on the ball. I'm getting there. It's a lot of markets to follow, but I'm settling in more and more every day. I think we're only, 5 days into this new format, something like that. What a day. What a day. I love how on my new laptop, they try and scare you. Like, you have 480 malware things. You got to install McAfee right now and pay for it. I'm like, no thanks. They just sell bullshit based on people's fear. So here's ES. So the Russell. It's not a reversal I would take there on the Russell because we're not really trending heading into it. So not interested. Wheat probably coming back down to where I would have entered at break even. But for what we're doing here today, it's just choppy. So get gold. If we break through that daily resistance there, we could have a maybe exit congestion to the upside. So if we break through all this, see all these daily DMLs stacked right there, then you could see a little bit of a trend run. If we were able to get a pullback and then boom, could be good. It's an idea for gold. Wait and see what happens. Silver kind of similar if it can get going. Yeah, yeah, those mid-range lows. Yeah, that was good, Supreme. I didn't see that coming, but you did for sure. But yeah, that's dangerous. I mean, I don't know. Lately, it looks like the indices move a lot, like on ISM and all that. But gold and silver have been pretty calm on the announcements. But yeah, I wouldn't trade before ISM either. Really anything. So even though it's going up, I think you made a good call to not trade it. So silver, yeah, copper, platinum. I mean, look at this is just so corn. I don't feel like I missed a reversal here on corn. I mean, we tagged the extension. That was nice, you know. Wheat, soybeans, meal. Soybean meal could be maybe a decent short if we reclaim. Let's see here. Plus, I need to get familiar with soybean meal. So then we got we did get an alert and on cattle, but soybean meal is kind of interesting because you're at you got some weekly resistance up here definitely. Is this trending to go higher or reversing? Based on all that weekly resistance right there and the daily, I'm gonna have to say more of a reversal trade, but I could be wrong. Let's see where this closes. Hogs and soybeans. So there's hogs kind of just pushing soybeans trending nicely. So not really sure about, you know, if this pulls back here to that broken, there's too much. I'd be more interested in a reversal here. Potentially. Buenos dias, David. I was speaking Spanish earlier to see if you were here, but you weren't here. You'd be very impressed with my accent. All right. So it's kind of a little bit. Yeah, I don't like it. It's still a little too strong. I don't want to buy it. I'm going to wait. Estoy esperando, David. So let's go back. Here's ES. Yeah, you like my gringo accent. So guys, we got 3 likes. Can we get it up to like, I don't know, 10? YouTube will help us if we do that. I would appreciate it. I never ask. I forget. Let's see. ES. Range. Nasdaq. Range. There's the Dow. Nothing. Don't want to participate in that. See the Russell. Are we reversing here? Is that like... It's not a bad little reversal there on the Russell to push back up, but we weren't really trending down, and there's no range expansion for the day. Look at all this chop. I just don't want to get involved in that. Crude, we got an order, an alert. Nope. Gold, silver, copper, platinum. They're 30-year treasury, ultra bond. I'm waiting maybe up here for a reversal. Crude, we just got an alert on. Heating oil, choppy. Gasoline, chop. Nat gas, super chop. Corn, we did have a little reversal up here, but I don't know. I wasn't keen on it. Wheat, chop. Here we have soybeans. You know, you're approaching the middle of the envelope on the weekly and a extension here on the daily. So we'll see what happens if we get a decent signal up there for reversal. Soybean meal, I kind of didn't like where that closed. Oil, not really trending enough yet. Cattle, choppy. Hogs gave a very clean. That one I could have stepped out of my comfort zone and bought. Feeder cattle, chop. I mean, it's look at all this chop, guys. It's just chop suey. So we just have to wait for alerts and see if this market wakes up. Oh, thanks, Luke. Wow, guys, we got to 10 likes. That was quick. Thank you. Thanks, Luke, for being number 4. And thanks to all you guys for liking. I appreciate that. It does help. YouTube is more likely to recommend the video. Huh, thanks, Zest. Oh, I appreciate that. The likes help the YouTube algorithm. Look, we gotta try to get as many viewers as we can over the next couple of years away from the BDH to here. No offense to Patrick Wieland. He seems funny and I'd like to have a beer with him. But other than that, I think people will learn how to trade more realistically here. So, and he gets lots of likes, so we got to get likes. There's soybean oil. Don't want to do anything there. Just watch NQ while we wait. I mean, really a lot of chop here. Yeah, thanks, David. I appreciate that. I'll check it out. I'm really curious, bro. David is our Spanish representar de español. And David, do you do the Spanish like the Catalan with the lisp, like gracias, like that? Exactly, Christian. That's what the BDH is for. And I mean, let's be honest. If you name your thing the BDH, I mean, I don't know. I get it. He did it because that's good for marketing. It's good for attention. That's his business, and he's really good at that. And I can't fault that guy at all. Like he's doing great in terms of the amount of money he's making. It's just not necessarily the best path, I don't think, for traders who want to take it seriously. You know. So let's see. You don't know what I mean? Oh, you know what I mean, David. The Catalonia Spanish, right? Like the gracias. They're more like the C is more like a th. Gracias. Like all my friends from Madrid say gracias. And here in Central America, and even in the Canary Islands, they say gracia with no S at the end. And here they say gracias, not gracias. I think you know what I mean. Luke, blew my Top Step account. I was $500 away from being funded. I was kind of expecting it because I was strategy hopping, trying to find what works for me. Yeah, I mean, look, Luke, that's at least you got close. That's a good step in the right direction. If you're going to strategy hop, finding out what works for you, I would strategy hop on a demo account, like a paper trading account, until you really, I wouldn't spend the money, on the evals until you really got a focused approach to how you want to trade those and you can be consistent. That would be my advice because, I understand, you want to get funded and I get it, but I would really focus on the process first and then the funding will come after that. Does that make sense, Luke? You could talk to Cam about that. I don't know if Cam's here, but he's probably doing his own trading, which is great. He's really dialing into his own process, and he can probably help you find your process as well. And I'll help you too, Luke. But I'm sorry to hear you blew your account. Sucks. Never a good feeling. Supreme putting Nasdaq Gold to the title of the stream might get more people. Okay, thanks, Supreme. I'll try that. I'm open to trying that. I think also it's just a matter of like, I don't do any marketing efforts because I'm too busy trading, you know? So at some point I got to hire somebody to like make shorts and highlights and da da da. And Aaron, the commodity, our own VolPro Edger, he's going on Top Step TV on Friday. It's Friday, not Thursday. So that will be our first time on Top Step TV as a VolPro Edger. Um, I got invited a long time ago to go on Top Step TV, and then they said, "Hey, we need to switch the date because something else came up." And then I was like, "Okay, forget it." And then I never went back. Um, Aaron Lucy, I always say Lucy. Aaron trades. We'll go on his show at some point, but it's the middle of the night for me. So all that stuff with VolPro Edge is coming. I haven't really been interested in pushing like exposure yet because I knew it would take a month or two to, that would to get to where I wanted to be with it all. And as soon as I have all the pieces in place, which we're getting there, then all that stuff will start. So that's where all that's at. And we got to work on. I'm talking to Jonas about the latency issues, guys, with Sierra. So we will figure that out. I don't know why it was really good at some point and then it got back to not being good. That shouldn't be the case, but we will work it out. I think it's the way the data is being requested, and it over like it's hard to explain, but Jonas explained it to me, and he'll fix it. It's better to lose than to have power at the incorrect time. Yep. David, well, we say it correctly. It's gracias, not gracia. Yeah, of course. Your Spanish is it's the Catalan Spanish, right? It's the same in every language. I mean, in Sweden, it's the same. I can't even understand what they're saying in the south of Sweden. As you get closer to Denmark, in school, Skåne, it's a region of Sweden called Skåne. Skåne. They speak. I can't understand them. They sound like a mix of Swedish and Danish. I'm like, I think you're right, Luke. Maybe that's good, right? Zest found us because of hogs, trading live cattle and hogs. That could be, get people like, oh, what's that? That's a good idea. Shorts are huge for YouTube. Exactly. I'm gonna start doing that. I just gotta have the time, And once everything settles, I'll just hire somebody to do that. Again, I just haven't wanted to push that side of it yet because I want to get everything, the foundation of VolPro Edge set, and we're pretty much there now. All right, am I missing alerts while I'm yapping? I probably am. So feeder cattle, okay, pushing, gasoline, nothing. ES, I mean, this is some pretty serious chop. Cattle, corn. No, not missing anything. Nasdaq. $10 to Google, advertise, check promote tab under your YouTube studio. Yeah, I'll try that once I get ready. Angry farmers might sabotage the stream. Exactly. That'd be funny. It'd be funny if like we have 100 people in the stream and they're all farmers. What is cattle doing today? I love farmers, man. Without the farmers, I wouldn't eat. So I appreciate the farmers. Yep. Hogs. So I'm going to have to just be a bit more vigilant there. ES. I mean, look at this range. Heating oil. Trying to do something at least, but pretty choppy. So I'm just waiting for stuff, guys. Gold moving a little bit. trying to get through that resistance level so we could get some volatility in gold. So this is what I'm kind of, the reason it's just been quiet the last few days. There's just not been a lot of volatility during the day. Like some stuff has been moving, but just not with any oomph behind it. I wish you the best of luck, Supreme. If your system gives a signal up there, you know, we may stay in congestion here. I don't know. I wish you luck, man. Everybody root for Supreme. See if you can get it. So yeah, gold. We'll see what happens here. Waiting for alert. Silver quite tight, but you know, I could see, you know, silver is another one I like a lot in terms of if there's a test down here into this pocket, these lows from yesterday, middle of the VolPro Edge envelope, trend DML, VolPro reaction support, the blue there. So that's a nice zone into that live pocket right there. So if they wanted to flush, you know, something like this, and then boom, I would like that on silver. I would try to buy that and then pyramid and score a big win. So that's what I would like for silver if that were to happen. Copper is choppy. Platinum is choppy. 30-year and ultras grinding, waiting for maybe a reversal up here somewhere. Crude is pretty darn choppy. It's like, would I consider that a pullback in a trend? I mean, you are technically trending, but I don't know. That's kind of ugly. So I probably wouldn't. And then like, oh, am I going to look at that like hogs and say, hey, I'd like, no, hogs is good because you're at the low a day there. And it's just that's why I like that one, that pocket. There's a lot of stuff in that hogs trade that looks pretty nice. Whereas like crude, do I want to be longing a trend in the middle of the range? No, you know? Heating oil, breaking lower, but you're in congestion. Gasoline, same. So the energies are starting to leak a little bit. Nat gas in its own little world. Corn, wheat, soybeans, soybean meal. So that's pushing higher there on soybean meal. Could get a reversal up there. It's a lot of resistance so far on the weekly up here. All these highs on soybean meal. Oil. So there's our alert on crude. Is that like a reversal? No. So weird. So I just got like a ping on Discord, but there's nothing there. I don't know why that happens. All right. So let's just keep waiting. Let's look at the Nasdaq. Nice little flash there. But I got that earlier there, out there, well there. Choppy doppy. Oh, last night I had dinner at my parents' place, you know, because they're renting the place just right next door to us. Well, they're helping. They're leaving on Sunday, though. I'm going to miss them. But they've been here for almost a month to help with the baby, which has been awesome. And my mom made some burritos. Oh, it was so good. Mine never tastes like that. Like hers were just good. So that was nice. I'm going to go have some burritos with them again tonight. So we're waiting. ES 20-point range. I mean, that's probably just going to be a consolidation up here with a bullish bias. So anything that sneaks out of the range down here, if we do get a reversal signal, I would love to go long on ES or NQ. I just kind of want it to dip a little bit further, but NQ's got a lot of support there at 700, so it might just defend the bottom of that range all day. We'll see. There's Ultra Bonds pushing higher. I would love to get a reversal up here on Ultra Bonds. So Russell just, Russell could also give us a reversal down here into all these DMLs, which would be nice. At least we're kind of getting a trend going to the downside on the Russell. Gold looking good here. Might get into a trend run here. Silver could follow. Copper. Platinum. These have been Yanni days. Yanni days. Used to know a guy named Yanni. He was a scammer from Cyprus. Yanni. Stole money from me. But I was actually thinking about yawning. Yanni. And he came to mind. His ugly face. Very not nice human being. All right. So we got an alert on silver, but not a lot going on. There's the oil. Hogs. There's the alert on hogs. It's not really enough of a, you got a nice resistance level there on hogs. But you're back into the middle of the range. It's not bad. Let's take a look at hogs. Ooh, nice little trend run down there. Yeah, this is kind of get some resistance there, but no. Saved you guys the sneeze again. I don't know why I'm sneezing. Give me a sec. I'm going to get some water and coffee. All right. Well, the euro is ripping. That was a nice trade there. We got an alert? Hogs, we already checked. It's like a pullback in a trend there, but I don't know. Not for me up here. Gasoline. That'd be nice. We could get a reversal on gasoline down here, potentially. At least it's moving, you know. All we want is movement, right? Russell's trying to move. There's the Nasdaq. 44,000. All right. Give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, slow day, slow day. Hopefully we'll get something. ES, I mean, nothing. Nasdaq gonna close here in about 3,000. We did get some alerts while I'm gone, but I don't think anything out. Yeah, Adam, slow for sure. But you just gotta wait for the market to come to you. The Russell may be trying to get a leak going. You never know when the good trade will come, right? Gold's at least starting to move, so that's nice. Gold's one I'd be more interested maybe in a trend trade. Silver's pretty flat. Copper, platinum, rangy. Bonds, I'm looking for a short up here. At least the 30 years getting close, that's for sure. I can't trade those on my Tradeify, so I'd have to probably trade them on a Top Step XFA, which is fine. I could trade them on one of my XFAs. Sometimes I'll copy trade my XFAs, but sometimes I won't. So this could be a good short up here on bonds. I mean, I may copy trade that on the XFAs. Let me get the XFAs ready. I got them on another screen. All right, so I got the XFAs ready to potentially short the ultra bonds up here. It's kind of the only thing I'm digging at the moment. Because that weekly resistance right there, 117, is lining up with that extension right there. So, you know, we'll see how this price here, we got a nice trend run up on ultra bonds. So if we get an exhaust and then it punches down like that, high a day, I'd be willing to short that, you know, for a potential move like that. And if we got confirmation, I would use the lower time period here. If it starts to trend, I would be adding and I would be holding and adding to my XFA, trailing that stop, looking for a, you know, a good day. So either I would lose a few $100 on the initial foray, or I would, you know, catch a runner, hold it, and add to it, and have a nice trade on those XFAs. So that's what I'm looking for here with ultra bonds. Let's see if it sets up. Still got a little bit more time to go with that, but that's what I'm waiting for in the ultra bonds. Meanwhile, we got an alert on Nasdaq, which is just painfully range bound. So we're waiting. Feeder cattle, you know, it's a congestion reversal, but I don't want to mess with that. Tight range here. Heating oil starting to move a little bit with the energies, so we'll see if anything develops on those. Soybeans, see, you got a little bit of a reversal up here into the extension. I don't like, you got some good selling on the footprint here with soybeans, you can see right there. But the fact that we held the extension and the trend DML, dynamic market support levels, and these are below us, that support, sure, it could break, but I would want these to break. So I'd want these up here broken, and then I'd want one of these here, and then I'd be looking to short back down to here. So I'm trying to teach you guys when I like these reversals and when I don't. Yeah, these are these are challenging markets, Supreme. That's why I'm not trading a lot right now. Not easy. So that's soybeans. So let's just quickly recap to make sure we're not missing anything. Here's the S&P 500, Nasdaq, Dow. So do you guys see anything here where you're like, oh my gosh, I'm really missing great opportunities? No, you look at this and you go, hey, it's great just to be chilling out, waiting for a great trade, right? And some weeks you'll get, 10 fantastic trades. Some weeks you'll get 2 or 3. I mean, it's trading, right? There's gasoline. At least gasoline's moving now, right? So we've broken some pretty good support here on gasoline, 2.06. So we're trending down. So if we got a pullback in this trend for gasoline to resistance up in here, which is the broken daily DML, that's a lot of broken stuff there that's coming in right here that should be pushing down on price. So if we got a pullback, could be a good place to short and try and catch a runner on gasoline. Potentially, we'll see. Let it develop, or at least moving on gasoline. So we know the indices are really, really tight here. Gold, we're going to see if it can get anything going. Silver, very, very tight. Copper, platinum, range. Bonds, we're looking for a potential reversal up here. This could be a good situation for bonds. So we'll see. Could be good. Crude, still range bound. Heating oil kind of starting to move a little bit. Gasoline we covered. Not gas, very tight range. Corn. It's a nice reversal there. But again, I didn't like that was holding. So, yeah. The ones that are clear will jump out. Wheat, soybeans, I gave my reasons why I didn't want to take that. Meal. See, that one never developed. So yeah, we're just pushing higher on meal. Oil. Cattle. Hogs. Feeder. Got some resistance up here on feeder for sure. But that's a nice pocket support. So I think feeder, if we retest low a day on feeder, I could look for a long down there. Let's see. Gasoline we already covered. So let's just wait. Keep an eye on ultra bonds. Hey, Jacob. What's up, man? I mean, yeah, I want to take it, whether it's a reversal or a trend trade, I want to take it in line with where I'm at on the daily. But of course, that bias can change, right? So I start the day out in the end of day analysis with what my bias is. And usually those maintain throughout the day. But if I see something changing, like here is a good example on gasoline. I said, hey, I thought maybe gasoline and the energies would be supported. It wasn't like I wasn't saying, hey, but I thought we'd have a lot of support here. But now I can see intraday, we're breaking all that and we're trending down. So now I would be willing to take a trend trade back up into that broken support that's now resistance. But generally speaking, you're going to be, I think, better off, Jacob, even if you have trouble trying to figure out what's going on intraday. If you just stick with those, the bias from the end of day analysis is going to keep you on the right side more often than not. And I answered your question in the Discord, Jacob, in terms of should you use the bias or not? Why don't you for 30 days, test it? So on one paper trading account, try and only take the trend trades that line up with the bias, right? And on another paper trading account, anytime you see a good trend and the 15 confirmed, like just take it and then compare your results after 30 days and see what happens. I think that'd be a good thing to test if you can do that. So ultra bonds. So this is where I'm looking for a potential reversal up here on ultra bonds on my XFAs. So like a reversal, Jacob, I really like. So ultra bonds, I thought was going to go down today, from the bias from there to there. It didn't. When I woke up, we were pushing up here. So then I look at this and I say, well, I still like this resistance level up here on the weekly. I still like all this. And now the daily has an extension up here. So I'm still open and taking a reversal up here. I'm just looking at key levels and waiting for the market to tell me what to do. On your XFA, is that a fresh one right now? 50K, 100K, what is it? So there's a nice little close there. I don't like this yet for a reversal, so we'll wait a little bit. I want to get up here first. 117. Yeah, I think that's a good idea to test that. So yeah, tell me about that XFA. It's fresh. You have no trades on it. 50K, 150K. What's going on with that one? Meanwhile, I'll just look at some charts. ES. Yeah, so there's NQ. Congestion pocket. Probably going to push up here would be my guess. But, nothing I'm going to trade. But not a bad situation there. $150K. I caught a nice $600 long Nasdaq last night. That's great, buddy. So you're up 600 bucks on it? Yeah, cool. Well, that was great. I mean, it's hard for me to tell you what to do with that. What do you want to do with it? Let's discuss it. What do you feel like you want to do with that? ES, Dow, Russell, gold's trying to get going. Euro's looking good. We got an alert in crude. Trying to drop here a little bit. Buy more. Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that idea. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's hard because you want a paper trade. I mean, it's hard for me to tell you what to do, Like I'm not you. I don't know what your situation is, all that kind of stuff. I mean, I know, a little bit about you, but there's just so many variables. So it's hard to say. Let me think about it, Jacob. The fact that you had a $600 winner on NQ, I mean, the first thing I would say is whatever you do, be patient with your trades. And if each time you want to take a trade on that XFA, if you really ask yourself like, okay, is this a good trade? Am I patient? Do I have reasons for this trade, whether it's your trend following system or reversal or whatever? And if you have reasons for it, then you can take the trade. And what I would not do is oversize. I wouldn't try and grow it too far too fast. You know, I'd be trying to risk maybe if you've got $4,500 in draw, because that'll trail you with that $600 win you had. You know, 4,500. You know, you got like, I would keep your losses to like $400 a piece. Then at least you'd have to have a horrible losing streak to blow that, right? Trading conservatively, you'd have to lose like 10 in a row, right? So ES, NQ, Dow, Russell Gold. Little trend here. Could be some, if this is above price, I mean, that could be setting up gold for a reversal. Just the question is, do I like reversing gold here? Not really, because I'd be going against this strong support level on the daily. So that's how I filter that and say, it might drop, but I don't really want a reversal there on gold. I'd be more looking for a long reversal on gold or silver, or getting with a trend, because that's just what I think the bias is. I could be wrong on the bias, but I trust my bias because it's more often right than wrong. Not right every time. Platinum. So ultra bonds, I'm waiting. I mean, if you can see a tiny flash here on ultra bonds. Right there. Tiny, tiny. But I don't know, if the reversal starts from here, I'll miss it because I'm really looking for that weekly resistance at that daily resistance here. And we're not there yet. So what's up, Jose? Are you out of here? Is that what that means? Is that hello or goodbye? Ralph, what's up? You haven't missed much, buddy. It's been, as you can see, ES, NQ, all that. I talked about the latency earlier, Ralph. I'm working on it with Jonas. We'll get it sorted. I don't know why. One day it was good, one day it's slow, but you know, we'll get there. It really shouldn't matter too much unless you're really scalping, which I don't think you should be doing anyways. But with that said, you know, we need to fix it, and we will. It has to do with the communication between, it's the way the calculations are being run on Sierra that needs to be changed. So Jonas is looking at that. Yeah, exactly. I get you. Here's corn. Nice little reversal there, but I don't know. I already talked about that. Cool. Thanks, Ralph. Good to see you. I mean, this is just, I think these are just gonna, it's just, you're just getting a lot of this. Thanks, David. We'll get there. NQ, trying to push. You know, there's gold. I already kind of went over that. Silver. I mean, silver is one of these too. Like, if I get a really good trade down here somewhere, could buy it. Copper, I mean, platinum. So ultra bonds, maybe this is the high already. But if it is, then I'll miss it. Crude, choppy. Heating oil, pretty choppy. Gasoline's at least trying to move. So yeah, like gasoline here, to me, that's a trend. We're not really making, you know, that little bar kind of, you know, throws me off a little bit. I don't think I'd want a reversal down here. Gas, nothing. Corn, I mean, nothing. Wheat, if you got in from last night, you're still in if you're at break even. Soybeans, I mean, that could be the reversal starting on soybeans, but again, we didn't break that. Soybean meal, this could be setting up for a potential little reversal up here. Nice little range. Keep an eye on that. That wouldn't be bad. Oil is tight. Cattle. I'm interested in potential reversal on cattle up here. We talked about that at the beginning of the day. True average, maybe 212 up there. Hogs. And we'll see. Feeder. Feeder, I think, is a little more bullish. NQ looks to me like it probably wants to push up here. You got this pocket. Looks pretty bullish. But not my trade, but for you guys, if you're going to trade it. So bonds, we're getting the dip prematurely. Go back to NQ here. We'll just watch a little NQ while we wait. I'm here, guys. I'm just working on another computer here real quick. Kind of looks on NQ like it wants to squeeze up to 840 potentially. We'll have to see. Kind of coming into these highs. Got an alert on platinum, but I know platinum's not doing a whole lot. It's just not a lot of vol. I mean, it could be waiting for that jobs number, you know? We're just kind of grinding higher on very low volatility. ES probably wants to push up here. 6005. Just keep an eye on the Nasdaq while we wait for other opportunities. I'd still love it to snake down here. I just don't know if that's going to happen. It is 11:20. I looked at that clock again instead of that one. 11:20. There's gasoline and heating oil. So gasoline's starting to move, which is nice. Really moving. Wow, we're getting some pings here. This is what's cool about the alerts. You hear all, that's all energy right there. Energy is moving for some reason. So something just happened in energy and it's moving, which is nice. That's what we want. There's some volatility coming in. So there's the close right there for gasoline. There's heating oil. You can see these are moving. There's crude, right? So getting some movement. ES. You know, if energies are moving, is that going to knock, you know, ES and NQ down a little bit? That'd be nice. Sometimes there's a correlation there. It's like an economic thing. I mean, the fact that ES out of that pocket support didn't push higher could roll over. We'll see. Tight range. I'm not doing anything. Soybean oil. So everything is kind of moving now. So somebody just said something. Did Trump do any? Where's Christian? Christian, what's the news feed telling us? Did Trump just tweet again? So Nasdaq's hanging on. Dow, Russell, gold. There's crude again, so you can see, you know, I mean, crude could be a reversal down here, maybe. Not like right this second, but if it triggers, I could be open to crude. Because there's still a lot of support down here. Let's see. ADP, okay. Too late. Powell must low. I saw that on the feed, but yeah, that was a while ago, so it's weird it's moving now. Europe has lowered 9 times. Okay, so Trump, it's just Trump talking shit to Powell. He loves that. Well, let's see if we get a reversal long down here on crude. It's at least this is what we want. We want markets that are moving, right? Any other news, Christian? See if we get a reversal on crude. ES, NQ, very tight ranges. Dow. I mean, look at the Dow guys here. I mean, this is the Dow today. I mean, aside from those little highs, you've almost got no range on the Dow. Russell, same thing. Gold, you're kind of trying to move a little bit. I mean, maybe something, but the energy. Silver, I'm waiting maybe for a buy down here somewhere. Let's wait. Copper and platinum are pretty choppy. Ultra bonds, I'd still love to short up in here. We're waiting for that. Crude, maybe get a reversal down here somewhere off of the extension. Let's wait. Heating oil, potentially similar. Although crude, I don't know, crude looks a little better. Gasoline looks weaker. So it's not that it wouldn't reverse, it definitely could. But gasoline looks weaker. Nat gas, nothing. Corn, wheat, look at wheat. Soybeans, okay, so there's the reversal. Meal, oil. There's an alert for nat gas. Nothing. So let's keep our eyes on the energies just for right now because there's a lot of volume coming in. Waiting to short ultra bonds. CBO, budgetary and economic effects of increases in tariffs implemented. Okay. So, Congressional Budget Office, some sort of report. Yeah, Russell. Yeah, it'd be nice if we get a reversal on the Russell, maybe. You know, down lower. Here's crude. A lot of support here on crude. So I would entertain a reversal here on crude. If this closed above, it's kind of like similar to that Nasdaq reversal that we took the other day. Kind of snake out of the range. I mean, it's not like we flushed below all that right there on the daily, but we touched it. Gasoline could be a reversal down here as well. I know it's a bit weaker. It is. They'll be correlated more or less. So let's look there. Crude. Keep an eye on it. Soybean meal could be setting up a down. Cattle getting up to our level here. Crude. So here's crude. Not setting it up yet. Potential reversal long. At least it's moving, you know? Gives like a jolt of energy when you're not just watching grass grow. And that's nice. ES, NQ, Dow, Russell, gold, silver, copper, platinum, bonds, we're waiting. Crude, waiting. So waiting here on crude. Heating oil, waiting. Gasoline, waiting. Nat gas, nothing. Corn, wheat, soybeans. I talked about why I didn't take soybeans because it held that support there. Okay, it's reversing, but you know, I'm looking for the ones where everything looks right, and that means I'm going to pass up on a lot of them, and that's okay. Soybean meal, oil, cattle, hogs, feeder. So let's just wait for our next alert. Keep an eye on crude just for now. There's an alert in the Russell. At least things are starting to move a little bit. I could use a little more tweeting from Trump to get us going a little bit. Come on, Trump, do some thumb exercises. We had a deal with China. They broke it. We're going to 80% tariffs. And then the Nasdaq dumps. We get a reversal signal. We buy, and then Trump's like, "Just kidding. I'm good friends with Xi. We're just joking on Twitter." Market rips. Could happen. In today's clown world, anything can happen. Here's the Russ. Nice little flush in reverse. Would be nice. Gold. UB. CL. HO. HO. So, yeah, I mean, and the good thing about the energies right now, I mean, there's a lot of support down here, and they haven't really round tripped. You know, we're not coming out of a huge move up before this bomb. So I think there could be some support here to, you know, push us higher if we get a signal for a reversal. So that's what I would be looking for. Now my mouth is in front of the mic like a radio talk show host. Get some water. I think I was wearing this shirt yesterday, right? But I actually think my wife washed it. Let me see. Yeah. Quick turnaround time. Nice. I'm not a fashion guy. Same board shorts and t-shirts, rotating every day. Got to get some more hats for the hat collection. I just don't care. We're moving. So this is where we could get a reversal down here. Let's look at heating oil. Let's see where this closes. Like if this closed up in here maybe, but it's not looking like it's going to do that. You never know with the energies. But crude here, I mean, if this, I kind of tagged a low there. Wait and see. I wonder why crude is, I don't think, oh, did we might have had the number today. Maybe it was a crude number. I think it's Wednesday. That is the crude number. Let me see here. That's probably why. Yeah. Well, what's strange is that it was crude oil stocks change. That's a big number. But that was at 10:30, and you know, crude didn't really do anything until 11:15, 11:20. So we have a 17-week bill auction right now at 11:30. That's not really much. Not really sure. That was interesting. Kind of a delay there. But that's all right. Okay. So just keep monitoring. Here's heating oil. Just waiting here. Here is feeder. Nope. Yes, I mean, guys, this might be another one of these where it has to go sweep the lows first. That would be nice. NQ, Dow, Russell. Come on, baby. Punch lower. Gold. I mean, we're trending, but we're not like, I mean, we're making higher lows and higher highs. I am bullish gold. Would I want this here for a move? Like that? Maybe. I mean, you do have all that broken resistance on the daily that could be support now. So, I mean, it's not like we're not off to the races, but we're kind of trending. You got some support here. Let's see. Maybe. See what gold does here. Keep an eye. It's not really. Probably I'm not going to take it, but I want to watch it. Let's look at silver. You've got a lot of support here, 33.90. But Nasdaq still chopping around. Pretty incredible. Got to turn my AC up. It's too cold. Taking some notes. So, gold will close here soon. We'll see. Could be an opportunity to get long. Not jumping for joy over it. There's an order alert for crude oil. Not really the reversal bar I'm looking for, so see if it goes lower. Still waiting for ultra bonds up here. It's trying. Still got some volume left to be traded in this 20,000 contract bar, but this is the area I'm really interested in the short for ultra bonds. Yes, NQ, Dow, Russell. Is this going to be all she wrote for the Russell? I mean, chop, pocket, could be. Not a bad little support pocket there on the Russell. See what it does. I'm not taking it, but I want it to crack. Here's gold. We're getting the alert. I'll watch the lower time period on gold just to see what it does with this level right here. To see if it sets that up. Silver. So here's crude. I mean, look, it's a nice little pocket down here. I'm kind of moving back inside the envelope, but not really seeing trapped traders. Heating oil. Let's see, maybe gasoline could give us. We at least tagged all that on the daily support right there. See if we get a reversal signal on gasoline. Took that break even on gasoline yesterday, but that was a good call. It was just too late in the day. The volume had dried up, but that gave a good reversal signal right here. So we shorted in here, and then it just didn't go anywhere. But of course, if you would have held overnight, nice with gasoline. See the buying down here on the footprint? See if we get a reversal here on gasoline. So if this closed up here, 04.25, would maybe entertain a gasoline reversal potentially. So yeah, we said gold. We're kind of just keeping an eye on, but kind of just waiting. Gasoline will get a signal soon. See if we get some gasoline. Gasoline long. So look at ES doing absolutely nothing. Nasdaq, nothing. Dow, nada. Russell, nada, but got a nice pocket support. I wouldn't be surprised to see that push up off the true average here for all of you Russell enthusiasts. You have a lot of support here. I'm waiting because I'm focusing on gold for right now. Potentially, I want to see what 33.90 does for support. Silver, waiting. Copper, chop. Platinum, chop. Ultra bonds, definitely interested in a short up in here around 117, right up in here. So waiting for that to develop. Crude oil could be rounding the bend here. Didn't really get the reversal signal I was looking for on crude. I don't see any trap traders, but heating oil and gasoline might give us the signal, in which case we might take it, depending on how it looks. Here's heating oil. We still got quite a few contracts to trade. See, on these, the best is that on these reversals, if this snakes down, traps a bunch of shorts, and then reverses and closes up here, that's a nice move. So that's why I'm being so picky for these. There's live cattle. We're up at our 212 level almost. See if we get a reversal signal up here maybe. Because you're into all that weekly resistance. Soybeans. Gasoline. Still got some contracts to be traded. So far, just kind of looking like a trend, but we'll see if this pops up here. Nat gas. There's ultra bonds again, waiting. Heating oil. Still got some contracts. Gasoline. Pokes market with a stick. Who, Trump? There's corn. So here's gasoline. See if this gets close here. Ultra bonds, we just got pinged. Some volatility coming in there on the bonds. But this still needs to go higher for me on bonds. So I'll just keep an eye on gasoline here. What were you talking about, Christian? Who's poking the market with a stick? Trump? With his little tweeting stick? He's got a tweet stick. All right, see if we get a reversal here on on the energies while we're waiting for a reversal short on the bonds. See if this sets up on gasoline. Crude stabilizing, rounding the bend. Didn't really get the reversal signal I wanted on crude, but could get it on one of the other energies. Heating oil, we still got a little bit of time here before that closes. Gasoline. Could pour some gasoline on the fire here. Let's see what happens. So gasoline, we've got about 200 contracts left to trade. And I would want this to close up here to show a potential, you know, you're trending down here. I would want this close up here to show a potential reversal like that. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, ES, nada. NQ, they're trying to push a little, but not much going on. Russell probably going to push out of that pocket now. Gold, yeah, I mean, you got some support here. I just, that closing, you know, it doesn't look right to me with gold. So probably going to leave that alone. And that's the thing, guys, when you're following your process and you're being patient, like we are, one of the traps that's so easy to fall into is like when you go through these lulls of waiting for trades and you really got to be patient, and then it's a day or two of just patience, 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 you're going to find that you're going to start lowering your standards, and you don't want to do that. You want to wait for the same high quality trades. So there's our signal on gasoline. See if it triggers. Doesn't look like it's going to trigger here. A little bit more of a flush would be fantastic. Through the daily and then reclaim up could be nice. Quite a spread there on gasoline. I mean, it's 4 to 5 ticks. What's up, Adam? What time is it in Iceland? You guys are getting long days now, huh? I remember from all my time in Sweden. It was when the sun just goes around and around and around. So ultra bonds, don't want to miss anything over there, but you know, this could be the pullback here to fire us up here. I'm not going to long that, but you are trending, you're squeezing. Let's see if that can be the pocket to drive us up here. That would be nice. Here's heating oil, which is, you know, look, it's trying. It might get up there. What's crude doing? Crude's trying to rebound here. I might be going long. Sorry, not heating oil. This is gasoline. If this pushes, I might be going long some gasoline. I'll let you know. Break even on Nasdaq. Yeah, look. That's how it is right now. It's slow, Adam, but break even's not bad, buddy. 4 p.m. Cool. Probably very bright, huh? So we've got about 30 contracts left until gasoline closes here on the higher time period intraday volume chart. I'm looking for this to close here because you have nice DML support here. So you could see that, but we need to see where that closes. And we've got 20 contracts, which in gasoline is a lifespan, a lifetime. At least we're getting some movement here, which is good. Nine contracts to trade right now, not confirming. Could be setting up one last leg lower before a potential reversal to the upside. Okay, there's the close. Bang. You know, you got these DMLs here, but we didn't get above here, so I'm not going to touch that. I'll wait. Let's just check in on ultra bonds. Kind of waiting. Let's check in on gold. I picked up the extension there so far, but it just doesn't look right to me. Yes. Chop, huh? NQ Chop Fest. I'm enjoying being out of the Chop Fest, you guys. How many of you guys, if you've been trading in the Chop Fest, be honest, and how are the results looking if you've been trading the Chop Fest? I'm curious. Maybe some of you are making money in the Chop Fest. I hope you are, but it's not looking. This is why we don't want to get involved in the Chop Fest. Like, why? Gold, yeah, I just not looking right to me. I don't care. Silver, you know, I would love to get some sort of a long opportunity down here, but it would kind of have to snake lower. I'm not seeing. I want trap traders, guys. It's what we want. That's why I'm looking for these reversals or these nice trends, right? So Supreme, one break even, 125-point loss. Yeah, that's you know, that's all right. Todd should have stayed out myself for sure. What a mess. Yeah. So I think you guys, you know, if you're streaming with me here, take advantage of the fact that you got somebody that's got, you know, about, I don't know, 22 years of experience. And not that you need to trade my setups, but I'm at least going to probably help steer you in the right direction in terms of, you know, this type of stuff. And I think it'll help you, which is why I want to help you. I want to help all of you. So, and I'm not always right, and I don't have a crystal ball, but you can just see when the market at least is going to give you the opportunity instead of just, you know, you guys know what I mean. So here's ultra bonds. We're just looking for that squeeze up here and then maybe a reversal, and that would be nice for me. I would take that on my XFAs if it sets up correctly. Here's crude. Heating oil, waiting. Gasoline would love to get a flush down here and then potential reversal. I say, okay, well, is this like enough of a trend pullback here for me to take? I know I'm looking for the reverse. No, because we've done the average daily range now. So I'm looking for reversal, right? Nat gas, look, it's like, no thanks. Corn, a little wild and wacky. Wheat, still holding on at break even if you took that from the analysis video last night, VolPro Edgers. That was the level I called out. I didn't take it myself because I just was busy and didn't like the way it was opening. Euro looking great on that call. Soybeans, there's a little pullback there. Could push higher back up here for sure. But, yeah. I just clicked a button, save C-book. I guess that's chart book. I don't even know, it was an accident. Soybean meal, oil. So here's cattle trying maybe to give us a reversal out of our level, right? We've been talking about cattle since it opened at 9:30 this morning, that the true average up here could be a good place to maybe look for a short because you're coming out of a big flash here. You ran into all that wall of extensions on the daily resistance. You're into that weekly resistance. Not that it can't break, but that would be the place to look for a reversal back down. Yesterday, you know, imagine catching that, right? So let's look at soybean oil. cattle. This is kind of what I'm looking for on bonds, guys. So you see bonds right now, just imagine this bar on cattle, and bonds are gunning for the extension up there. So bonds, I want to see something like that. Roll over. I don't know if I would take it right there. It's close. High a day. Yeah, that could be the short right there. And then just bang. So if you look at that on cattle from yesterday, and now you're looking at bonds here, you see it's fractal. It's similar. I wouldn't mind seeing that, and then that, and then that. Right? That's what I'm looking for on bonds. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's what I'm waiting to see if it confirms and I can give myself a chance. Well, meanwhile, look at this. ES, NQ, YM, Russell. At least the Russell got a little range expansion, gave you a little pocket off the true average. Gold, waiting. So silver, you know, you got a little pocket here, but you're in the middle of the range. I don't want to get involved in that. Copper, same thing, don't want to get involved. Platinum. Here's the 30-year treasury, but I would be more interested in ultra bond. You get more bang for your buck. Crude. So heating oil, we're waiting here when we get an alert to see if it wants to set up, because you're trending up here on heating oil almost, if depending where this closes. And look at all that support stacked right there on heating oil. So if heating oil gave me a reversal, if we trap some shorts and then reverse like that, yeah, I'd want to buy some heating oil there. Of course. So here is gasoline. We're just waiting. Nat gas we know is painfully range bound. Cattle, we can, you know, potentially maybe get a reversal up here somewhere, or maybe even right now. I mean, you are breaking here. And the lower time period, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hit and miss. I'm using it for now, but really a lot of these reversals, you know, you just kind of got to get in when the higher time period says get in, because it's easy to miss a lot of them waiting for that, you know, more perfect entry. So we'll see. I'm using it for now. So we'll see. We still got a ways to go till cattle closes. Bring it up. So Jacob, on bonds, we had that kind of booth candle though that got a little wacky and broke the low. Not showing a clean trend run up with higher highs and higher lows. Right. That's why I want to go short bonds, Jacob. So I'm not, when I was pointing this out, I wasn't interested in buying this. We've already made a big range on bonds, so I don't want to buy the trend up there, but I'm hoping that pocket will push that up to the extension so I can get the reversal back down. I'm looking to short up here potentially. Does that make sense? So that's why I was talking about that. It's cattle reacting nicely off that level. I mean, these levels are good. Maybe I should just set all these orders and just go surfing all day. heating, sorry, this is hogs waiting. Cattle dumping nicely off the true average. Breaking this, which is beautiful. So a lot of resistance in here, potentially. I might be shorting some cattle here, guys. Probably going to have to get more aggressive on these and just be willing to take more losses, which is fine. Because there's just a lot of winners that, you know, are coming and going because I'm waiting for the lower time period, like copper the other day. So we need to take more advantage of these, which means there'll be more losses, but that's okay too. Because patiently waiting for these types of setups is nice. Because, you know, cattle could go all the way back down here. So let's see. Oh, a really clean run up. I see what you're saying. Well, I mean, to me, that's pretty darn clean. I don't know if you're looking at an hourly chart, maybe it's different, but this is pretty clean on the volume chart to me. But I understand that that is subjective. I mean, we're making higher highs, higher lows. Yeah, you got a little here, but I mean, that's pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Hope that makes sense, Jacob. Yeah, exactly. It's more like eyesight. You know, you're looking like look at cattle here. Cattle's kind of similar, right? I mean, you've got higher highs, you know, basically higher lows. You know, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. You know, it's what I mean is it's not like this. You know, this is pretty clean. So crude, let's wait. Get back to cattle. So I think if cattle closes like this bar around here, I'd probably have to just short and stop it above here. So I'm going to just try to be more aggressive on my entries. And, you know, I think that's going to work out over a sample size of 10 or 20 trades. There'll be a few more losses sprinkled in there. There'll be a lot more big wins. So let's see where this closes on cattle. Because lower time frame, you know, already heading down nicely. We've still got about 350 contracts here, so it's going to take a little while. Meanwhile, ES dumping NQ. So Supreme, you're long NQ. I'm rooting for you, buddy. I wouldn't force the issue in this kind of stuff, but look, your long might blast higher. Definitely could. So Dow's doing nothing. Russell, gold waiting. Silver, nice little pocket here, but you're in the middle of the range, so I want to wait. I'm looking to long silver on more of a flush reversal. Copper and platinum are just tight today. Ultra bonds, I mean, this is where you've got the range expansion. Boom. Now we're coming into the resistance here on the daily for ultra bonds. There, weekly there. This is where I want to see if we get a reversal signal on the ultra bonds that I might take on my XFAs. Just got to get over here. Just getting ready. I guess I'd copy trade these because the risk on these XFAs, I got about 9 grand in here because I took the payout. The risk on those, I don't know, I risk like a few $100 each. Yeah, I've been trying to say that, Supreme. Just, be careful. Take a breather, go for a walk. Sorry to hear you're losing. Sucks. I hate losing too. It's not fun. Adam setting some alerts, some hot dogs. Sounds great. Icelandic hot dogs. I bet they're delicious. So Jacob, older videos 8 months ago. I saw you took some heavy. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, you got to realize on all those losses on those, I was, usually I had already taken a payout and then I was being very aggressive and just blowing it when I was being aggressive. So I would say between now and then, I'm trying to get more conservative. I'm trying to be more like focused aggressive when, like, I'm trying not to get comfortable. Like, oh, I already took a $10,000 payout. Oh, I'm already made $25,000 this month. Oh, I'm trying to maintain that focus when I get aggressive. And I've been talking about that for the last couple months. Like, that's where I'm at now, trying to get really focused aggressive. Instead of, I think I was talking about this on stream a few days ago. When I get aggressive sometimes, especially if I'm on a winning streak, I can get loose aggressive, which is not smart, right? So I'm looking to get focused aggressive. I hope that makes sense, Jacob. So yeah, I mean, look, I'm human. I blow things. I go through my streaks, but overall it's going like that. But I want to make, a lot more. So let's look. I don't want to miss anything here. We got, let's see, heating oil, nothing. Soybean meal, wow. This could be setting up for a nice reversal up here if this collapses. Wheat, nothing. Nasdaq, chop. We already know ES, chop. Russell, chop. The pocket's trying to hold us up, but chop. So ultra bonds, there we go. Let's see. Look, I'm not taking this here. If this wants to just blow through all this, fine. I'm waiting to see if the reversal sets up on the ultras. And then I'm also waiting to see, well, there goes cattle. I mean, it's kind of happening pretty quick. Yeah, exactly. Like I'm playing, when I take huge risk like this, well, not like this, but when I do, I try to make sure I'm playing with house money when I do that. With that said, I still want to win, so I'm trying to be more focused when I do that. Yeah, exactly. Well, I want to see a reversal. I want to see this lower time period here enter congestion, or at least get close. Right now it's not confirming, so I have to wait and see. I want to see trap longs. So cattle, this is nice. I would like to, if this closes, like, let's say cattle closes like this, I mean, I would like to try to get short up around here. It's hard. Like, it could just go like that. We'll see. $31.25, Jacob, I believe. I always forget that, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct. Zest can correct me. I already did this exercise with Zest before. He said it. He said I was right last time. I think I said 31.25. I think that's it. So like an average stop, Jacob, on one contract, if you had like a 10 tick stop, it'd be about $300, $320. So there's our cattle. This could just, I mean, the lower time period's just going. I might have to just, it might be setting up for one of these again on cattle where it just goes. So let's see. Sure looks like it here so far. It's a nice reversal there off the high of day. I don't like that we're pocketing it there. But still, it's a little overextended for me there. I'd have to see. So the difference there, when that one really started to roll over here, you're breaking all that. You're breaking the reaction support out in front, the live one. Here you've got the reaction support way down here. So it's a pretty symmetrical pocket. It looks weak, but it could go back up here first again on cattle. Let's turn our attention to bonds. Waiting. What a day in the indices. I mean, look, it's only 12 o'clock, so it could be exactly like this on Friday, where you just had this was abysmal till about the same time. And then we finally got movement, reversal, bang. Could be like that today. You just don't know. That's why you gotta wait. So there's bonds. Let's see if we get the reversal reclamation. I mean, you're right into all that weekly resistance. I mean, I'm not going to just short that, but that's, you know. If I had a true average and an extension on that chart right there, I'd surely consider it. There's a lot of resistance here. But let's wait. So ES and Q, maybe we're gonna head a little bit lower. We'll see. That'd be nice. Gold, you're just kind of sitting there doing nothing. I think the same is with silver, copper, platinum. We know that. Here's the 30-year. Here's the ultra we're waiting on. Crude, still kind of just sitting here. Heating oil, we had that close here, but it's not triggered a reversal for me yet. Gasoline could trigger a reversal down here. Flashing, I would like it to flush lower and close higher, but let's see. Still got some time for gasoline here. I'll bring it back up on the DOM. Nat gas. Zest, you agree with me, right? This has just been, I mean, he's been around the markets a long time. And I mean, if you used to trade in the pits in Kansas City, that's a while, huh? So I don't think it's just me. These markets are just lacking vol right now. So it's a good time to just watch and wait. Sometimes that just happens. Soybean meal, I mean, that's a pretty good little exhaust right there. I mean, is that a, yeah, I mean, let's just maybe short that if I can get in. ZMN. All right, I shorted some soybean meal. I might pay the price for this, but the reason I did is because we're right at all those weekly highs. I mean, that's an exhaust at the daily high. You've got the extension holding, you've got this holding. The lower time period here is trying to go for congestion entrance down. So, but you know, soybean meal is a thin market. They could punch it up here. Like for me right now on this would have to really get going to the downside. If it came back up here, I would just take my loss. So let's see. And this is one where it's not exactly how I would trade the reversal, because I would wait for the higher time period to enter down. But it's just, it's too clear. So we'll see. What do we get alerted on? Feeder cattle. Kind of doing its thing. So soybean meal, I mean, the daily, it's pretty dangerous. I'm not leaning into anything on the daily, and it could rip through all that. But you are at these highs on the weekly, and you've been there for a long time. So let's just see. If it starts to go, you know, this, it really needs to go. Like I want to see this start to drop here. We're just kind of testing this out on soybean meal. It's not a contract I'm that familiar with, so we'll just see how it goes. You know, if we can get a move back down here to like 296.8. Kind of a little stubborn so far. Still some buying on the footprint. I mean, there's your congestion entrance. I'll just leave it. If I take a small loss on soybean meal, I don't care. Kind of want to just familiarize myself with this market. Let's look at gasoline. Pushing down, so we're waiting. The Dow, you know, we might get that sweep on those. I mean, soybean meal, my stop is above the highs. So if that gets taken out, that's fine. Then it's just not correct. 298.8, which is just one tick above the high. So basically on soybean meal, that's I entered at 298.3. My stop is just 1, 2, 3, 5 ticks above. I'm like risking $100, guys, to maybe make, you know, 400 or 500. I'm just doing that on Tradeify. See, there's my stop. There's my entry. Probably going to get stopped out. But if it does, that just means that big exhaust right there, you know, it fails. Sometimes they fail. So let's look at ES dropping, NQ still just not much. Dow, Russell, and gold. I'm still not nuts about that on gold. Silver, we're waiting. Copper, platinum, I mean, it's tight. 30 years so far ripping. Ultra bonds, you got the close and we're still pushing, so you're waiting there. Crude, heating oil, waiting. Gasoline, waiting. Nat gas, nothing. Corn, chop. Wheat, kind of pushing. Soybeans sitting up here. Soybean meal, you know, looking like it's probably heading back up here. This is the resistance that would need to hold, and if it doesn't, it's you know, not correct. But that right there, generally speaking, that's potentially that's definitely an exhaust pattern with resistance. The only thing is I'm not leaning against anything on the daily, which could be the quote unquote mistake. But I'm also aware that soybean meal is a very small market, And I'm also trying to get familiar with how the tick size works. So let's see. And I just want to see how these other weird markets I haven't traded very much, how they work. Soybean oil. It's choppy. So there's cattle. We got that closed, but I kind of gave my reasons why I'm not taking that. There's hogs. There's feeder. So meal will probably stop me out, but I'll just leave it because it's kind of interesting. Let's go back and look at ultra bonds. So ultra bonds, we'll just see what happens. Nasdaq still just, wow, what a day, huh? What a day. So there's the meal. What's the meal doing on the monthly? Just gonna look at the meal on the monthly. Into a pretty nice, yeah, you're coming out of a lot of support there on the monthly, that's for sure. I'm gonna close that on the meal for a $60. No, I lost $88. So that's okay. Probably should have checked the higher time period here. I mean, when you look at the monthly, you're pulling inside the bottom of the monthly envelope, so we could be exiting weekly congestion up here on our way to 304 on the monthly. That's why you're having this big day on big volumes. This meal, not to say it won't react here, but you don't want to take that against what I see now as the daily potentially exiting congestion. The weekly could be going for congestion exit. So we could have some bullishness in the meal. So anyways, I'm learning about meal. It's fun. Let's look at ES, waiting. I mean, yeah, we're waiting. I took a short on soybean meal that I closed with an $88 loss. But I was kind of just testing out meal on my Tradeifys, not on my XFAs. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. This is the range, huh? 150 points. Well, we've seen a lot of this lately. There just hasn't been vol. There's the Dow. I mean, range, you know, pocket. Who knows? I'm not taking it, but Russell trying to leak. Gold. Silver, copper, platinum. Ultra bonds, no signal yet. But this is, you know, let's just imagine if this went like that, that could be the signal. But it might not do that. Crude chopping. Heating oil. Might get a reversal at some point. I don't know, but kind of chopping now, less clean. Gasoline, very nice little flash pattern there. That's for sure. But not my reversal signal, but not a bad. Be interesting to see gasoline. I'll wait. I'll follow the reversal signal. Soybean meal is just kind of sitting there where I got in and got out. Nat gas. corn, wheat, soybeans, soybean meal. Probably gonna take out those highs. That's why I closed it. Here's the oil. Here's the cattle. Cattle could be setting up a buy for tomorrow, depending. Hogs. I mean, we're just waiting, you guys. I mean, not a whole heck of a lot going on. I'll wait for ultra bonds. That's the one I would definitely, if it sets up correctly, I could see myself taking that on the XFAs, but it would have to set up correctly. Gonna have to get some food soon. It's 10:30 in the morning. I was just checking some messages from Jonas, you guys. He's working on the latency for Sierra. He's developing the Ninja Trader. So we're getting there. The Dow, we already checked the Dow. Not much here. So yeah, ultra bonds, let's see. We're right into that weekly level there, right? Boom. Soybean meal. Yeah. See what happens there. I'm not in it. I can't believe Tradeify does not let you trade bonds. It's crazy. Try and set an order. No. Rejected. Yeah, you can't trade bonds with Tradeify. I knew that, but I just want to check anyways. Is what it is. Those are ones I would take. Oh yeah. That'll be nice, Jacob. You get down here. I got no doubts, man. A lot of you will, for sure. It just takes time. I had a nice Cuban yesterday when I got caught in the monsoon under a tree. I was out for a super long walk and I brought one of my Romeo and Juliets with me. Romeo y Julieta. And then I camped out under a tree. You know, I sat on a log. I was having my non-alcoholic beer and my Heineken and my Cuban. And I was like shielding my Cuban from the rain. And it was great. I got soaked on the way back. I'm like walking along the beach with my bag and my sandals, and I'm all, you know, soaking wet. I love it. People are looking at me like, who's this homeless guy wandering on the beach? Really funny. It's funny when I meet people, they go, what do you do? I'm like, you know what? It doesn't even matter because you won't even believe me. No, I tell them I'm a trader, but they just look at me. They're like, it doesn't fit the box. I don't know, Jacob. I think we'll be here for a little while. You know, I would say probably a couple years, maybe. It's a nice place to be for now. Yeah, I look like the, you know, the traveling surfer gringo of Costa Rica. Yeah, we'll be here for a little while. I mean, had the baby here. Lily's going to school now. But it's not like home, you know. So ES, you know, we might get a little something going. We'll see. NQ, nothing. Dow, Russell, We'll do a VolPro Edge get together down here in Costa Rica, maybe next year or something, when my baby's a little bit older. It'd be nice. I would like that, you guys. It'd be fun. I'll teach you how to surf for free. So we can throw that in. VolPro Edgers get surf lessons. Gold. Let's see what we got shaking over here. Cool. John, if you're on stream, I just getting your messages now. That all sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, definitely you'll be able to test Ninja when we get going. Yeah, it takes practice, Adam, just like trading. And eventually, when you get your footing, you just paddle into the wave and pop up, and it's like riding a bike. It just takes a little time. So here's wheat. Wow, so wheat ended up being all right. That was a good call end of day. I didn't benefit from it, but still nice to see it working. Euro as well. Two really good picks. No, I've never done that, Jacob. Malaysia was on my list of potential places to move. It still is because of taxes and infrastructure. But everywhere else in Asia, the taxes are, I mean, Costa Rica is very favorable. So that's why I left Malta. The taxes were more complicated than I thought. Because Malta was cool. I mean, it was very first world, which I liked. A little bit of an urban jungle, but it wasn't bad. Not much to do there, though, to be honest. Like, pretty boring. Costa Rica's cool because you got the nature, you got the beach, you got the surfing, you got hiking. I mean, mostly for me, this is what I do in Costa Rica. I stare at a fucking computer. But, you know, when I can, I get out and do things. Look at that. I mean, it's fun to stare at a computer when there's opportunities and you're making money, that's for sure. I mean, look, I made $4,000 this morning. I'm not complaining. Actually $3,800, but so that's fine. But that was just buying that right there. You guys remember that? Boom. Right when we started. I saw that before the stream. It was just nice at that point. Didn't take a shot rebuy here. So no, my day's not bad. But I'm just kind of, I would like some opportunities on my reversal system I'm working on here. Copper. Doing nothing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I think, you know, when you're doing what I do trading wise, I mean, it takes a lot of work. So even though you're traveling, you still spend a lot of time in front of the computer, that's for sure. But when you're done with your day, it's nice to be able to head out to the beach and take a walk, take a run, go surfing. So I do enjoy that. So bonds, we might have some selling coming in. Not much, but it, you know, could be the start. You see, we still have a lot of volume to trade, but if this closes down here, especially if it, you know, broke back here, and then this is resistance above you, then you could see, you know, that push down. This was before the stream started, David. It was because when I was setting up my computer, I just got lucky and I just happened, sometimes this will happen. I'll just see something and my intuition plus, you know, I see where we're at, you know. So this one here, usually stuff is not really moving much in NQ when I'm setting up my computer for the stream. But when I was setting up my computer, this was starting to really drop, like, you know, from 740 all the way down here, almost 100-point drop out of nowhere pre-market as I'm setting up for the stream. So as I was setting up and I was watching this, I realized on the higher time period, we were going right to the daily true average here. We're going right to the higher time period extension congestion. We're in congestion here. So you can see the higher time period congestion extension right there. So I bought at 666.88 here. And then my stop was just below here. And then my target was 14. Is that right, guys? 21,714 and a quarter. So, and that was just on a live account. So, but that was good. But it's not like, sometimes when I see that, I just like, okay, yeah, I really like that trade. And it could have lost. I could have lost $1,000, but I didn't. And on stream, I'm just being much more methodical. I'm working on this aspect of my game, which is catching these reversals or trends where I can hold and add. That's really what I want to get a lot better at. And I mean, right now, it's just the liquidity is abysmal. Ultra bonds are, you know, we'll see. We might get a correction up here. NQ, Dow, Russell, gold, pushing up off that extension there, but that's just still not what I'm looking for right now. Silver, nada. Copper, nada. Platinum. We'll see if Ultra Bonds does something up here. You're right at that weekly level. Crude. It's just not the reversal I want. It's very grindy. Heating oil could, I mean, I don't know. That up there, maybe not. I mean, gasoline could be, because that was like, at least the trend run on gasoline's clean. We're coming out of a flash close to the lower days. You got all that support on the daily. So if that closed above that extension and entered congestion like that, and you can already see these DMLs so far are here. So if they kind of stay there, that could be like the little pinch where you get that, you know, or that. So that would be interesting on gasoline. But we still got some time. That's not going to close for 1,300 more contracts. No problem, David. Sin problem. Sin problem. No problemo. Yeah, that was on, well, yeah, that was on one of my live TradingView accounts. I do use TradingView, even though I can't stand it for copy trading, but for live trading, it's okay. Yeah, let me see. Well, I'll show you. I can post it later. My again was shitty. Problema. So you say, do you say sin problema? Sin problema. UB coming down. Yeah, it's coming down a little bit, Jacob, for sure. So that could be an opportunity for us. If that looks good, okay, sin problema. Gracias. So UB, I might take, Jacob, on my XFA, but really, man, don't take it unless, you know, you can stomach the loss, because we might lose, right? So do what you got to do, guys, because I've really decided I'm letting go. You know, like last night I called out Euro. That was a great winner for those who took it. Wheat was a great winner for those who took it and held. So I'm letting go of like being attached to your guys' results, because I'm not even attached to my own results. So Big sneeze. Saved you guys. Muted. Muted just in time. Hang on, I gotta blow my nose. All right, we got an alert on natural gas and hogs and copper. We know copper's not doing anything. Hogs, nothing. Natural gas, also nothing. Look at that. I mean, just crazy. It is what it is. So let's go to ultra bonds. We still have, 5,000 contracts, but at least you can see some distribution here. Look at the footprint too. Some selling coming in. So I might take these. Gosh, I gotta blow my nose again. I had to use the loo. Ultra bonds are trying to drop here, so let's see. We're getting some alerts on other things. Nat gas, we checked. Wheat. Could be a little reversal up here on wheat potentially. Into that extension. Keep an eye on that. Heating oil. So there's wheat. It's not triggering yet. Heating oil. Could be setting up a reversal here, but I like gasoline better here. So see where this, still got some time with gasoline. I mean, heating oil, gasoline's better. Although you got a lot of support there on heating oil. But I'm gonna wait. Gonna wait. Corn. Yes, I mean, the one I like is Ultra Bonds. Very nice range, nice resistance. We just have to kind of confirm, See if we can get short some Ultra Bonds up here. Might as well look at the quarterly and the monthly charts. We've got the daily and the weekly. There's crude. See what we got for crude. No, just chopping around. So on ultra bonds on my other screen over here, I mean, we'll see. I mean, you're at a lot of resistance here. The monthly looks like it could be wanting to try to push back up to 118, but you know, that could take. Look, we'll see if this confirms. There's a lot of resistance here right now, and if the resistance is not strong, then you know, this 20,000 contract chart hopefully won't confirm. Yeah, it's a big range, and that might mean it's very strong. We'll see. So far, it's not really confirming because we're not, you know, getting that move to the downside. So that's why it's good just to be patient and wait, right? Like, I like it as a potential, but I don't need to be married to it. It can do what it wants to do. So ES, NQ, I mean, look at this range, guys. Might have to go surfing soon. I mean, it's almost 1 o'clock. Is this going to change? I don't know. Dow, Russell, gold, silver. I mean, they're all just tight as can be, except for bonds are pushing. We'll see. Crude, I mean, you had a little bit of a move, but not really giving me a clean reversal there. Heating oil, maybe. There's your close, but no, I don't, with all that up there. So gasoline, if we got to close up here, maybe. I mean, if I see a really good congestion play, I'm gonna start taking it. Like ultra bonds the other day had a good one. This was a really nice congestion play this morning for hogs that I didn't see, but if I did, I would have taken it because I was bullish the daily. Even though we had dual pockets, the support is pretty good, you know. So that would be nice. That's clean. But no, on Nasdaq today, Jacob, I really don't see. Aside from the trade I took earlier there, just based on a fluke, in here I'm not really seeing any clean congestion. This is like the range is getting tighter. The Dow is cleaner, you know, if you want to trade congestion, you got that. At least you got these pockets. You got more of a defined range on the Dow. So for congestion trader on Dow, long side congestion down in here is not bad on the Dow. So Dow could be cycling back up here now. Russell, just chop. Gold, I mean, this was a good congestion buy. I think I would have definitely been looking to maybe buy that. That was London though. So I'm going to get more aggressive when I see, you know, really good. Maybe it's not with my reversal, it's not with my trend, but if I see really good congestion plays, I'll probably start buying them or selling them. So I'm not going to be like a total stickler. It's got to be in a good daily area. So there's ultra bonds. I mean, right now the bonds are not respecting, but you know, you could see, you just got to wait because bonds, this one's not confirming, but you could see that. And if you saw that, that could be that, right? But right now it's not confirming. I would wait for closes on those, Jacob. I would. So on the Dow, you had, you know, that one there. So these I wouldn't. That's probably what you mean. But that one, that was a good one down in here. But yeah, no, these I would just wait for the close. I would recommend waiting for closes, generally speaking, to not, that'll stop your jumping in and out on stuff, you know? So here's ultra bonds, not confirming yet. Crude, heating oil, gasoline might give us a reversal, but we still got some. We still got some work to do on that. Nat gas, corn, wheat, soybeans. That's funny. Had I left soybeans, I'd still be in the meal, but that's okay. Because my stop was right above, my stop was 298.9, right? No, I would have been out. My stop was just above the high. I would have been out. So no, I would not have been in. But I don't regret it. I'm just looking at it. Looking at the soybeans monthly chart, it looks too bullish. Like the weekly chart here wants to exit congestion up, is what it looks like to me on soybean meal. So we got a cattle alert. Soybean meal is alerting us here. Pretty darn bullish. Cattle. I don't want to get involved here. So pretty much it. See, Adam? Yeah, I might call it a day soon too, because I just don't see anything, guys. And sure, something might come later, but I'm also just not, you know, I had a nice win on my live account. I'm happy about that. I would love to get some more stuff going. Our overnight calls are working nicely, but I mean, ultra bonds, you know, so far it's not respecting that resistance. Do I want to wait around for an hour and a half for that? Not really. Yeah, the Dow, I mean, some nice support down in here. Yeah, I mean, look, the good news is, Jacob, you're starting to recognize when things look clean, right? So that's really what it's all about. Eventually you can start taking more, you can expand as you start to see what looks clean. So that's a good sign. You know what I mean? I mean, Nasdaq, just nada. So I'm probably going to log off pretty soon, guys. I mean, I got to eat some food, go for a walk. There's really just nothing. So Zest, yeah, you've been coding, smart. Yeah, I've been checking emails, hanging out, waiting for stuff. Just not a lot going on. Yeah, bonds aren't really reversing so far. I mean, anything can happen, but you know, you could get, Jacob, if you're going to be, because you're doing your day job anyways, so you know, if you get something like that, you know, it could be good for a little reversal back down to here. But right now it's not confirming. And I don't feel like sitting around watching this stuff anymore, because I just think we're going to see this the rest of the day. So yeah, it's the correlations are shifting a lot right now. Definitely. There's the Dow. Yeah. So I'm gonna leave you guys to this, because you know, we've been here right now. I know normally I can be like, okay, I'll kick around till 2:30 p.m. Eastern, and maybe something will happen between now and when I log off. But what I'm seeing here, ES just tight. NQ same, Dow, Russell, gold's not really doing a whole lot. Silver's very choppy tight. Copper's choppy tight. I mean, they're all. So this is like a day where literally almost nothing is moving today. So I'm content to just let that day slide. Bonds are moving. That's pretty much it. Crude, you know, looking, heating oil, gasoline, not really setting up the reversal. Nat gas, nothing. Corn, wheat, soybeans, meal. I mean, these are going to close in a bit. Soybean oil, cattle, hogs. So I think I'm content just to let this go. And if I come back to the computer later and it's like, oh, geez, I wish I would have seen that. Well, it is what it is. Like, I can't stare at this thing all day. So you guys got any questions before I go? I'm going to bounce here shortly. Go grab a bite, go for a long walk, maybe surf if I can catch high tide if it's not monsoon. Looks pretty nice out now. You guys let me know. Hopefully you guys had a good day. By at least the patience kept us out of a lot of bad stuff. Thanks, Todd. Appreciate it, man. Thanks you guys for being here. And I'll be back tomorrow morning. Thanks, Ralph. Hope you guys had a good day. This is just the way trading is sometimes, you guys, you know. Thanks, Jose. JP. Thanks, David. Yeah, you guys, this is just one of these days. You know, what are you going to do? Later, Zest. See you, Christian. Thanks, man. Good to have you guys here. And yeah, good luck the rest of the day. Probably just, guys, I would just shut down the computer and walk away because it's looking like it's going to continue to be garbage. I'm going to shut it down and walk away and just enjoy my day. And I encourage you guys to do the same. All right. Take care, you guys. Appreciate the likes and everything. And we'll be back at it tomorrow. I'll see you guys in the Discord. Bye.